Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yep. So here we are, back with our life beginnings and always. We are in step 3. Today we will be doing boating. Okay. Yeah, today we're gonna be doing boating. And yeah. So that's that. Bullet. That's the right one. Yeah, okay. Do I need to go over anything else? We're in step 3. Last time we spoke with Shiloh. Shoot. See. Yep, see, I know where we are. All these saves. And I still don't know what's going on. Yep. So yeah, we're doing boating today. And I heard of something that happens in boating, and I'm determined to try to make it happen. But other than that, I will stick to trying to play by my character. What I found while I was playing Now and Forever, on my own time, not the playthrough I did on here, but on my own time, I was like, anything's in character if you logic it out. Sometimes you have to ask yourself, what would make the character do this? You see my mouse? My mouse is shaky. It's because my laptop is a little broken, and it's a touch screen, so sometimes that must mean something on the screen. Oh well. That's all I can say, so well, because I don't know how to fix it. It's gonna bother me though. I don't really have anything though. Nothing soft. What was this? Oh, I was looking for this. Different thing. Okay, we're gonna see what happens. I'm gonna go to the menu real quick because I don't wanna I don't wanna accidentally click anything. I know there's a lot of stuff on here. Maybe I should go to the gallery. Okay, we're just gonna wipe the screen a little bit and hope nope, it didn't stop the mouse from shaking at all. There we go. Mouse shaky no more. Yeet. Alright. I threw the thing that I was holding on my behalf. Oh. I guess that makes sense. I forgot about what's the work thing? Just saw something, and I was like, oh, is it already time? It is already time because, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll see. Do I need to go over anything else? I always feel like I need to go over stuff, and I'm like, I don't know what I would possibly go over. That's not what it currently looks like. That's what it currently looks like. That's what my character looks like. In actuality, it's probably more that the tips of his hair is dyed purple rather than his whole head, but it looks nice like that. And in actuality, being to the canon of my story. Yeah. Yeah, alright. I have water today. I really feel like I'm forgetting something, but I just can't pin it. maybe I'm just still not fully there. I was writing. I was in a completely different zone because I wasn't writing this story. I was writing a different story. So yeah, that's just why I fell a little off, because like I gotta re-center. Okay, well, what better way to recenter than to get started? So we're doing boating, and if we have time, meaning I don't drag everything on for too long, we'll also do happiness. And then next time we can just do the end of summer. Getting started. You perched at the kitchen island, whiling away the minutes until your sister joined you downstairs. There was quite an adventure planned today. Lee was coming down near the Sunset Bird area as part of what she called a little trip. Apparently, she thought how nice it would be to go on a private boat trip this summer to celebrate graduation and everything. What might have been an idle dream for most people turned into a reality in Lee's hands. You'd been invited along for the ride by your best cousin. It was kind of insane that she could make that happen. You were eagerly anticipating the adventure. It'd be great to see her. The idea of being on a ship worried you a little. You were pretty mellow about it. Oh. So, yeah, I thought so. I was like, I think I just started saving another one. Okay, we're using 14 now. Today's save box will be 14. I'm not allowed to save anywhere else. We will just save on 14, at least for this one. So I'm saving right here, right now, because I don't know if I have to start it early on. There's one thing. There's one thing I know about this moment, and it's that we can play hangman again if we're sick or scared. Something like that. I read that somewhere, saw it in passing, and I was like, we're gonna say it'd be great to see her though, because I don't know. I feel like if he does have a fear or get sick on a boat, I don't think he would anticipate it. I think it would surprise him. Sorry, I heard the sound, but I don't see anything. Okay, I'll just carry on. So yeah. So I think for Ty, because if we're gonna do that, I don't think he'd anticipate being so. I think he'd be like, yeah. So it'd be great to see her. You got to chat to Lee over the phone regularly, but it wasn't the same as hanging out in person. This visit was an unexpected treat. You weren't the only one who was heading out on the trip. Liz was coming, of course. Your moms had been invited, but hadn't been able to find the time to squeeze it in. And so, the trip would only involve the kids of the family, a term that had stuck, despite all three of you being adults now. That's just how it works. Once you're labeled in your generation, like in a family, that's just what it is. Like me, my siblings, and my cousins, we're the grandkids. Because it's the way that the thing is labeled. We labeled it from our grandparents, so we're the grandkids. Yeah. Mom had joked about cramping your style, but there was apparently plenty of room on the ship. Lee had been more than happy for you and Liz to bring other friends along if you wanted. But the trip out to Sunset Bird, then even further out to where Lee and the boat would be, just wasn't feasible for most people. Not many folks lived close by. There was, naturally, one person around who would always be there for the ride, Cove. You were just about to meet up with him outside. Lee had been glad when you told her he'd be able to come along today. Just as you were thinking about your cousin and her plans for the day ahead, your phone sprang to life. Glancing at the screen, you saw that the incoming call was from Lee herself. You answered it without pause. Hey. Sorry, it's because I did a head motion. You ever low-key get into character? It happens often when I'm writing sometimes. If I'm writing prose instead of a script, especially, I think. Well, maybe a script too. I don't know, but sometimes you just gotta sit there and feel with the character. And the character's so sad and miserable, so now you're sitting there all sad and miserable. But in this case, it was just I feel when he says hi, he nods his head. And so I nodded my head. Nodding upward, not downward. Yeah. Anyway, I'll carry on. Hey. He's on the phone. You can't nod your head when you're on the phone. Yeah, you can. Hi. She dove straight into the topic, the trip meetup. You could hear the thrill of excitement in her voice. I'm here now, and everything is all set. All you gotta do is show up, and we'll be off. Woo! She spoke quickly, animated by anticipation. Hooray! You echoed her enthusiasm. Great! Can't wait to see you! Liz and Cove are definitely still on board, too, right? Yep. Puns! Wonderful! And when Lee spoke again, her teasing tone told you what was coming next. Crying. Cove is coming purely as your very good friend and neighbor, I take it? Still haven't asked him out yet? Yes, Lee. We are just friends. I'm not answering that question. Your sigh was answer enough. You couldn't argue with that, so you stayed quiet. Oh, that's what I forgot to set up. I'm not going to use it right now, but oftentimes when I play this, I have a coin ready. When I play a lot of games, I have a coin ready on the... my mouse is moving again. The internet broke my mouse. There we go. Anyway, I'm between not answering that and yes, Lee. I saved so that if I change my mind, I can go back. Then again, I can just rewind. Helpless, sorry. Oh no, it's moving again. Bro, my mouse not plugged in all the way. Hold up. Hang on. Technical difficulties. Stop moving. Stop wiggling. See, the difficulty here is that my screen is both a little bit broken and my mouse is a little bit broken. Where the pluggy in part is dented for some reason. I think it happened in the traveling. The screen on my laptop it's peeling off. Like, you know how on a screen, like a laptop or a TV screen, there's like the layer that keeps the screen down, because it's like the bar around the screen. Yeah, that's just like coming off, which is like revealing some gears and stuff. It's been like that for a little bit now. Anyways, we're gonna I'm not answering that question. And that's what I thought. Don't worry. You've only been pining him for a meager 5 years. You'll get around to doing something eventually. She giggled at her comment, and you shook your head, despite her not being able to see it. But moving on to a less sensitive topic. There's still a bit of time before you're due to set off. Is there anyone you want to extend a last-minute invite to? No need to keep the guest list sparse now. It's not like we'll be bumping into anyone else to join in while we're out in the middle of the ocean. Oh, that's the question. Should we invite Baxter? Sorry, I didn't read the options. It says, I just saw the word new guy and I was like, Baxter. Well, there's this new guy in the neighborhood I like. There's a new guy around. I think you might like him. No one really comes to mind that I'd want to be there. I might. Hang on. Why not? Would Ty invite another person? I mean, I don't see why he wouldn't. Okay, because the thing I'm thinking about, right? The thing I'm thinking about is that how would Ty think this through? Like, being like, oh, well, she's like, do you want to invite anyone? And like, there's no need to keep it such a small thing. And like, obviously we can't invite Derek. Especially this last minute. That's who first came to my mind personally. But if she's asked you for anyone else to be invited, he might consider someone, Ty himself, and then be like, oh, well, you know, Baxter's probably not doing anything. So we can try it. Let me see. Wait, I guess let me flip a coin. Coin, do I have permission? Coin. Oh my gosh, it's not opening. Coin, do I have permission to invite Baxter? Do you agree? The coin does not agree, but you know. Wow, the spinner also doesn't agree. Interesting. They don't want Baxter here. What did he do to you guys? Do you agree with the spinner, Coin? Coin, you don't agree with anyone, do you? Yes to that. Okay. Well... this is hard. Should I don't know. Oh my gosh. Look at me. I guess I should just do it because I hesitated with the coin and the spinner's answers, but okay. It could be that the coin was trying to say top option instead of bottom option, because okay, the way the coin works is there's heads and there's tails, as we know with the coin. There's two things that these things mean. Heads means no, or it means top option. Tails means yes, or it means bottom option. So if I flip a coin and lands on heads, if I don't ask this Okay. Boop bop. Sure. Okay. Me getting stuck. I gotta plow through. Me getting stuck on. Do you want Baxter there? Do I want Baxter there? I don't know. Well. Oh, but they don't really. Is that too awkward? But she wants. Okay, let me reread what she said. Let me read what she said one more time. There's still a bit of time before you're due to set off. Is there anyone you'd want to extend a last minute invite to? No need to keep the guest list sparse now. It's not like we'll be bumping into anyone else to join in when we're out in the middle of the ocean. Should we bring around Baxter? This is such a hard decision. This is gonna probably slightly affect the story, right? Okay, gotta think. Sure, we'll invite him. We'll invite him on this, you guys might get along, thing. Sure. Ooh, you better invite him then. Alright, I'll do it. No idea if he'll be free, but I could try.
Talk to you later.
I'll let you go. I have to if I want to see you here in the flesh. She uttered the last words dramatically, making them sound more like a threat than a statement. Laughing, you shook your head. Lee chuckled along down the phone. Bye, Lee. Bye. Now that your attention was free, you looked over to the stairs to see if Liz had emerged yet, but there was still no sign of her. You figured you might as well go out and see if Cove was ready in the meantime. Besides, you needed to stop by Baxter's place to invite him along. Liz would catch up, you were sure. You called up the stairs to let her know the plan. You sent her a text on the updated plan. You left her to it. She'd figured it out. Sure, let's call up the stairs. Liz, I'll be outside. Okay. With that, you hopped off the chair and headed out of the door. A sunny day greeted you. Shielding your eyes with a hand, you admired the sky. It looked like good weather for heading out on the water. That was something. You heard your name called and turned automatically. Cove was the source of the call. He was standing halfway between his house and yours. He waved at you as soon as he walked over. You waited for him to join you. You took a step in his direction. You ran over to him. You ran over and threw your arms around him. Okay, see, he's walking. We're going to stick with walking. I don't think Ty's much of a runner over anyway. So you took a step in his direction. Cove smiled at you as he took his. Oh my gosh. Cove smiled at you as he covered the rest of the short distance. Hi. Hi, Cove. Ready to go? Cove nodded easily, blinking languidly in the sunlight. Then his mouth curved into a gentle smirk. First jet skis, now a boat. What aquatic transportation device is up next for us? My money's on a submarine. You laughed. It'd been an adventurous summer for sure. Cove grinned, pleased that he had amused you. Cove glanced away, chewing his lip with consternation. Is it really okay for me to come? Of course. You don't even have to ask, right? Cove rubbed the back of his neck, frowning as if trying to work it out for himself. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, this is a really ritzy trip. And Lee's your cousin, not mine.
I mean,
the two of us, me and Lee, are friends, maybe, but it's not like we've ever hung out. on our own, I'm kind of worried I'm gonna be out of place. Oh, Cove, don't worry. We'll invite Baxter and you'll feel totally better. 'Cause no, because like, not because Baxter's super the odd one out, but because then Cove will see that it's definitely okay, because if Baxter's invited, you know, unless it makes his invite less. The hope is that it makes his invite less daunting rather than less meaningful. And there's no way you'd be left out, Cove. She wants you there, I promise. Cove, you're so difficult. Don't you want to go on a boat? You looked at him concerned. She wants you there, I promise. Okay, you're right. Cove managed a small smile. The worry hadn't lifted from his rigid shoulders, but you could tell that he was attempting to project a little more confidence. I'm gonna go, don't worry. Good. You're satisfied with that. And I meant to tell you, I'm gonna be inviting Baxter too. I've got to check if he's in now before we run out of time.
Huh?
Really? Cove was stunned. He hadn't been prepared for any extra surprises. He shook it off, however. Alright, it's not like this isn't already gonna be awkward for me. Dang, your wines and I won't, but it's tempting. But it's because, okay, it's like playing chess, right? You're planning things. Wall, I mean, it's like this, right? If we get unwell on the boat, it'll give Lee and Liz someone else to talk to. And that is part of the reason why I was like, maybe we should invite Baxter. But also, I think like the thing is, right, Baxter is trying, and he's not a bad person. So every once in a while we can extend a little offer of friendship towards him. Plus, if it's someone that Lee's gonna like to know. Who am I trying to convince? Myself. Is my mic on? Oh my gosh. Oh, it is. Okay. I could not remember turning it on. Sorry, was that loud? He was joking, mostly. You're making me want to rewind, sir. You're making me want to rewind. You're making me want to rewind. Should I rewind, coin? The coin said I should. Wait, let me put the spinner on two sides. Spinner, should I rewind? Alright, instead of 2, let's do 6, and if it's even, I'll rewind. They both said I should rewind. But I gotta commit to my decisions. Okay, we'll ask one more time, because the spinner almost said no, and then I changed it because it was already spinning and it was still like it was stopping it. Well, okay, we're gonna try one more time. What do you think, spinner? I should rewind. Wow. Here's what we'll do. Here is what we'll do. I'll just have two of these. I'll just have two of these. I'll just have two of these. Now which one do I play? We'll stick with this one, I guess. Oh, should I? Wow. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Coin, is it fine that I stay on this path? Let me get a new coin. This coin doesn't like me. Coin, is it fine that I stay on this path? It's flipping. Oh my gosh. No, the coin doesn't like this path. That's making me anxious. If this third coin also says no, I might flip it. I might flip flop. Is it fine that I stay on this path? Ha, my phone coin said I can stay here. I don't know. Now I feel unsure, but we'll just carry on. I was hoping it would make him less daunted. I think he said wait. I'll wait for you here. Okay, Cove. I'll see you in a little bit. Blah, blah. You strolled over to the condo Baxter was staying in and rang the doorbell. Hitting the button, you recalled the time Liz dared you once before to ring this very bell and ding-dong ditch the mean old couple residing here. You hadn't been up to the challenge, especially seeing how upset they'd made Cove for no reason whatsoever. It had been a tactical retreat, you told yourself now. There was no winning with people like that. Before old memories could claim you, the door slid open. Baxter looked out, his head tilted in interest.
Nice to see you.
And you know, he visited us at work and he was so excited about it. He just needs some friends. Look, listen, I think that's really the case, right? Like, he's not... his shirt's a little uncomfortable, though. Because all those eyes. Like, it's not super uncomfortable for me, but I think one of my sisters would have a hard time looking at him. He folded his arms over his chest, leaning casually against the door frame. Is there something I can do for you? Want to head out on a boat ride with my family in Cove? We're taking a boat trip right now. Are you on board? Oh, puns. So the thing is, we're going on a sort of trip right now. You could come if you want to. Right? How do you approach this? Wait, I didn't plan this far. Okay. I know, Spinner. I haven't listened to you today, but which option should I click? Yeah, I would do this one. His eyes widened only briefly before resting back to his usual languorous expression. It was either an impressive show of restraint or Baxter's life involved more impromptu boat trips than yours. Perhaps both.
I can do that.
So you didn't have plans already? That's great. To your surprise, Baxter's mouth curled into a little smirk. My schedule is always open for improved itinerary. I'm flexible, remember? Oh. He was not only agreeing to come on the trip, but apparently canceling some other plan in order to make it happen. Baxter was certainly something. I'm trying to be more committal with my choices. But I do feel like that time to be like, oh, if you had plans, it's totally fine. Just trying to be nice. It's neighborly, you know? Thanks for keeping me in mind. I think this is going to be fun. It's okay. He slipped outside after securing the door behind him. He swept out an arm and indicated for you to lead the way. The first stop was to collect Cove. He was waiting, as promised, where you'd left him.
Good afternoon.
Cove, good to see you. Hi. There was still no sign of Liz. You took the opportunity to bring Baxter up to date on the plan for the day. He took in your words with interest. Only a minute or two passed before the door to your house finally opened, Liz framed within it like a portrait. Unlike you, she had no need to shield her eyes with a hand in order to protect them from the sun's bright rays, as her hat was performing the job admirably. Spotting you, she headed straight over. She smiled warmly at you and Cove as she approached. Her attention then promptly turned to the group's new addition. It's nice to see you again, Baxter. His eyes closed as he bowed his head in a nod, ever so slightly. I don't remember when they met. And the same to you. Living on the same street had given Liz and Baxter the opportunity to get to know each other over the course of the summer. See, great. They're already kind of friends. No, she spent less time with him than you had. You'd anticipated that she wouldn't object to him tagging along on the trip. I asked her to join us today. Just as you'd expected, Liz didn't have much of a reaction to the change of plans. She merely raised her brow.
Oh.
I feel like you and Lee will become fast friends, Baxter. Exactly, and that's why we're doing this. For Lee to make another friend. You laughed, having thought the same thing yourself. Baxter smiled politely. Because it's not every day that Lee gets to come over here. So it's not every day that Lee's gonna meet Baxter, you know? And Baxter is clearly a person who welcomes having friends. I don't know. With that, your little group piled into the car. It had been decided in advance that you'd all be heading over in Cove's car. Then you set off for the journey down the coast to where you'd be meeting Lee. You wound down the California shoreline with sparkling ocean waters on one side and craggy cliffs on the other. The world blurred by until eventually you made it safely to the large harbor. It was a far grander scale than the one near Mr. Holden's shop. Boats, 2, 3, even 5 times larger could fit. Liz took charge from there, calling up your cousin to guide you the rest of the way. Lee did her best to explain where precisely the boat was docked. Given that she was doing it without seeing where you were, and that it was an area she was only slightly familiar with herself, she did a pretty good job. It took a bit of fumbling, a little retracing of steps, as your cousin and your sister had different definitions of orange. That was a rusty orange, Liz had protested. But before too long, you heard her voice calling you, not from the phone in Liz's hand, but over the wind rolling off the ocean. Searching for a source of the sound, you found her on the prow of a ship, jumping into the air and waving frantically for your attention. You'd arrived. Lee dashed from the Lee dashed from the bow. Wait. I'm trying to give me a second. Standing on a ship. Nope. I know they say this in Hamilton. I know they pronounce it in Hamilton. Give me a second. There's a mission son and a Scotsman dropped in the middle of a forgotten spot in the Caribbean. The pilot and Polish squadron developed to be a hero in Scotland. Standing on the bow. Yep, it's the bow. Bow of a ship heading for a new land. Lee dashed from the bow over to the gangway where where you boarded one by one. I like her outfit. I don't know. This is like the high-waisted and the, yeah. Hi everyone, I'm so glad you got here okay. You could tell, even if she said nothing, her bright grin. You could tell, even if she'd said nothing, her bright grin as she saw you all spoke loud and clear. Hi Lee. You smiled at her. You waved, you gave your cousin a high five, you squeezed her in a side hug, you gave her a full-on hug. We can full-on hug. Well, squeezed her in a side hug. Yeah, okay, we'll do a side hug. Snaking one arm around her shoulders, you pulled her against you. Lee wrapped an arm around your waist and hugged you back. After greeting you, Lee turned to look over the faces of the others who'd be joining you on your ocean voyage. Her attention was immediately pulled to the only one in the group that she'd not met before. Grinning, she approached him.
My pleasure.
I'm Lee. I'm so excited to meet the mysterious new man on the block. What a coincidence. I was looking forward to meeting our gracious host for the day.
To be honest,
But I must confess, I'm not that mysterious. I'm rather open. I do hope that doesn't come off as a disappointment. Not at all. I can appreciate forwardness. Welcome aboard. With that, she glanced over at the others.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. Thanks again for taking us on this lovely trip. Cove hovered awkwardly behind you and your sister. Even with Liz's broad sun hat, he was too tall and the group too small to hide effectively. He made fleeting eye contact with Lee, then looked away. Hi, thank you for letting me come. The boat is cool. He chuckled nervously. Lee smiled, entertained by his bumbling phrasing. Hi, Cove. She giggled as she spoke, unable to hide her amusement. Cove lowered his head. You patted his arm reassuringly. You stood in front of him like a shield. You couldn't help but smirk at his reaction. You rubbed the bridge of your nose. You folded your arms. You patted his arm reassuringly. We're all gonna have a good day. You don't have to laugh at him. Cove's little game of hide and seek is pretty funny. You didn't say anything. We're all gonna have a good day. Cove smiled weakly at you. His face flushed. You could tell that he appreciated your show of support, but was still embarrassed about needing the help. The floor seemed to give beneath you. As Lee whooped with delight, you realized the ship had pulled out into the water. It had been so steady while it was moored that you temporarily forgotten you weren't on solid ground. Now, as the boat rocked beneath your feet, there was no doubt you were truly setting sail. The little group dissipated into chatter, or headed over to the railings to watch the ocean. You were ruffled by the breeze, which seemed stronger out on the water than it was back on the shore. The floor continued to rise and fall. You couldn't predict what it would do next. Oh yeah. It was refreshing. You were curious about how this trip would go. You felt unsure, but tried to ignore it. It was scary. You were hit with nausea. I think he might be. Because something I was debating on is whether or not he's motion sick, but the way that it's moving, I want to know if, like, okay, wait. Oh, wait. It's backwards, but that's fine. Okay, because my hesitation is that I think I don't know how long I can play the sick game. Because I think he would feel a little, but I think he would try to push it off. I think But if it's just hit with nausea, okay. So we're gonna try this one first, and then we're gonna come back because I was like, whoa, I can almost feel it. Like I said, sometimes you just get so into character, you can just kind of shadow feel their feelings. I was like, and I was just reading it. You closed your eyes and took a deep breath. As you open your eyes again, you resolve to take one step at a time. Over by the railing, Cove was watching you. He smiled encouragingly as if he'd read your mind. You felt rallied by his presence. We can really get the party started now. We'll see. Oh, wonderful. What did you have in mind? Well, the word hung in the air as your cousin stalled. It was clear that she didn't have something immediately in mind. Cove's eyes sparkled as he piped up. Can we get out of the boat? Like, go swimming around in the deep ocean? Sometimes you'd swear that boy was part merman, the way he was continuously drawn to the water. But Liz immediately quashed the suggestion.
No.
Her tone left no room for debate. Baxter chuckled, combing a hand through his hair. I'd prefer to stay on board, too.
Sorry.
It's not that kind of boat trip. It isn't supposed to stop anywhere. If someone did end up off in the water, the captain would call the Coast Guard on us. That was some comfort. At least you didn't have to worry about getting any closer to the ocean. Coast's shoulders slumped at the resounding rejection.
All right.
Hang on, hold the phone. Hold the phone. I'm curious. I'm just curious. I have to see. I have to see it. Okay, we went back. I saved those. So we weren't going to hit with nausea. Just to see. Cause listen, look. I'm not sure. It was going, but hang on. Now I'm doubting my decision. Hang on. Give me 2 seconds. How is everyone? Wait. Okay. I'm not interested. Okay, hang on. I am not cheating, that's for sure. I don't know why I said it like that. Oh, I didn't do that. Sorry, hang on. I wanted a better guide than that. Hang on, give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, no, that's too long. I'm trying to decide because I spoken. I do think he's nauseous, but also I think I don't know if it'll come back up that's the hesitation part, because I think genuinely that he would try to ignore it if he can. So I need to know if it's plausible to ignore it or not. I guess I should have. I didn't want to be too spoiled. I'm trying to figure this out. I know. Hang on. I don't know what I'm doing. I do know what I'm doing. That's not what I meant to say. I'm stressing myself out. That happens. Okay, here's what we'll do because I feel like it. We're gonna put on yep. Okay. I don't know for sure. Answer kind of inconclusive. But what we'll do is we'll play it as it was, because I think there will be. I think there will be. Answer inconclusive, but I'm also not the greatest at research, so. The options are, so basically what just happened, Cove was like, can we get in the water? And Liz and Baxter were like, no. Well, Liz was like, no. Baxter was like, I would like to stay on the ship. And Lee was like, yeah, we're not really allowed to get down. It's not that, well, they'll call the Coast Guard. There are options here, because he slumped. Suck it up, Cove. We'll still find something fun to do, Cove. No way I'm getting in the water. You didn't comment, the decision was already made. Yeah, yeah, still find something fun to do. Truthfully, there isn't that much we can do on the boat that we couldn't technically do back on land. I often take trips with my father on our boat. He always spends the time deep sea fishing. I'm not much of a fisherman, personally. Activities that could also be done while not on a boat sound excellent to me. Visibly bolstered by Baxter's support, Lee smiled warmly at him. Huh. My dad also takes me fishing sometimes, though we do it on the docks by Dad's shop. I'm not good at it either. Look, we're bonding! Baxter snickered, his expression warm as he looked at Cove. He appreciated the delicate attempt to relate, especially with how standoffish Cove normally was with him. And that's the fate of sons with their dads, apparently. How lucky we won't be doing that now. Yeah. Liz nodded. There's nothing wrong with some non-nautical themed activities. We could play a party game for all I care.
Yeah!
Yeah, we'll do a party game! I like her bracelet. It's covered now, but I saw it for a second. You saw her brow furrow for just a moment as she mentally conjured possibilities, then smooth out as one came to mind. Oh, how about the one where something is written down and people give clues and one person has to guess what it is? Sure, I said I'd play a party game and I stand by it. Who's guessing first? Me? How about rock, paper, scissors to decide? We could all have an arm wrestling contest to choose. I don't care. You waited for someone to speak. We'll have a rock, paper, scissors to decide. The others blinked at you as you made your suggestion. Liz's expression was skeptical. And how would we decide who took turns for that? The game is supposed to decide who's taking the first turn in the game we originally decided to play. Lee snickered, batting a hand in the air to brush away these minor details.
Trust me.
Don't be like that. We'll make it work. It's a good idea. More games equal more fun. Together you agreed on an order to go in for this set of games, and the mini competition was on, with Lee and Liz facing each other in the first round. That's so funny because in my head it was just like everyone goes rock, paper, scissors. Like a whole group would. It's a little mini tournament. That's great. Liz was triumphant in that first game. The next challenger was Baxter. He and Liz went up against each other and Baxter emerged victorious. Now he was waiting to see who he'd go against in the next round. Meanwhile, you were gearing up for a round against Cove. The winner would be Baxter's opponent. Cove stared at you with narrowed eyes. The minigame might only be a bit of meaningless fun, but Cove meant business. You took your positions, facing each other as the others watched on. You raised a hand, curled into a fist, just as Cove did the same. On 3! Cove frowned, focusing intently on your hand as if you might predict what shape it would make. 1, 2, 3! You picked... shoot. Look, I hesitate because when I played Now and Forever, as... Oh, did I delete that? When I played Now and Forever as my character, Miles, on my side, on my free time, I literally logicked out what he would pick for rock, paper, and scissors, like, in order. Okay, we'll go paper. And I almost went scissors. At the call of 3, Cove's hand stayed a fist. He went for a rock. Tie wins! Cove slumped his shoulders, accepting defeat. You had gotten the better of him that day. His pouting session ended abruptly with a shake of his head as he refocused on what was ahead. Cove stole a glance at the monochrome newcomer. Then he met your eyes with complete seriousness. You could beat him. I love this energy. You laughed. You sighed long-sufferingly. Your cheeks heated up at Cove's insistence. You nodded resolutely. He was right. You were about to bring this home. Bring this home for the win. Baxter watched your exchange with Cove and waited until an appropriate moment to approach you. His smile curled. Good luck. Good luck to you. I don't need luck. This is gonna be fun. You stared at him silently. Will good luck to you. His smile grew wider as you both raised your hands for the final game. The countdown began and... You threw down rock, you brought out paper, you went for scissors. We'll throw down rock. But so did Baxter. After some surprise, the group settled down to try the round again. There was another countdown and... We'll go paper this time. And it covered Baxter's rock. Ha 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 ha. It was over. And the victory was yours. Oh wait. That's a Paisley thing. Paisley would say that, especially with the exclamation point. Dude, I won. Got you, losers. Woo! Nice game, everyone. You were speechless. Nice game, everyone. You jumped for joy, you looked away bashfully, you simply shrugged it off. Yeah, Ty's chill, Ty's chill. It was literally only a quick game to decide the order for a different game. We shot you an impressed thumbs up as Liz chuckled. I'm so proud of you. Baxter applauded politely.
Not bad.
Bravo, Tyrone. You did good. With a devious grin, Lee picked up a pen and notepad from the bar counter. She twirled the glittery pen with her fingers. Lee clarified the rules after Cove raised a wavy eyebrow. Random words would be written down and folded up to give to another player. When it was someone's turn to be guesser, they would show everyone else the word but couldn't look at it themselves. Oh, okay. Kind of like, not charades, but like heads up, and it's just kind of like charades, but what is it called? Heads up? Headbands? That game, you know, the game that like you would wear. Well, for some people, they wear it's like the headbands version is like you wear a headband with the word on it, and then your team tries to explain it to you. When it was someone's turn to be a guesser, they would show everyone else the word but couldn't look at it themselves. The other players had to help the guesser figure out what the word was without saying it directly. Each person was allowed to say only one clue. After all the hints were given, then the guesser would have to decide. Lee gave each guest at the mini party a piece of paper from her notepad. It was surprisingly thick lined paper with a little starfish printed at the bottom. That's cute. She scrounged around to find more writing implements. She managed to dig up a short pencil with an old jelly grip on it, a ballpoint pen with the logo you didn't recognize, and a purple crayon. Baxter had a nice pen with him already, so he respectfully passed on Lee's offer. She turned to you.
Okay.
Here, pick one. I want the pencil. I'll take the pen. Can I have the purple crayon? Look, Ty loves purple, guys. Ty loves purple. He's gonna ask for the purple crayon. Of course. You pulled the crayon from the fanned assortment of options Lee had presented to you. The crayon was a lot thicker than what you were used to. It smelled like kindergarten with a hint of those restaurants that used to give crayons with their kids' menus. After the random selection of words were determined and the papers were passed around, it was time to start.
All right.
I guess we know who's going now. You unfolded the paper given to you, careful not to peek while you showed everyone. Liz leaned in closely with a thoughtful hum. As soon as Lee had a chance to read the word, she jumped up. Dog! There's a popular type of dog sometimes called that. It's where scientists do experiments and stuff. I know exactly what the word is.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a secret location. Liz gave Cove an edged look. She probably thought it would confuse you. It can also be used for photos as well. Type in your guess. You gave up and just looked at the paper. I'm pretty sure it's a lab. Because the type of dog, and then science stuff happens in a lab. A secret lair, I guess, can sometimes be a lab, right? And then photo lab, which, yeah.
Good.
And that's it. You got it. Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah, I know, I got a first try. Everyone cheered. Liz gave you a round of applause. You looked at the paper in neat, tiny writing. You saw the word lab printed. Woo. Wow, that was dumb. You breathed a sigh of relief. You shrugged. You laughed. Oh, he'll laugh. The hints the others had given you helped out a lot, even if Cove's clue was a little strange. It was fun to see where everyone's mind had gone when trying to describe the word lab. We should definitely keep this ball rolling. Baxter fished his paper out from his ripped pants pocket and presented it to the group. Loopy handwriting, spelled out the word slide. Oh, kids like it. It's for kids. Kids. Lee bounced enthusiastically, holding out a hand to indicate the short height of children. Baxter nodded slowly.
All right.
It's at playgrounds, but not really small ones usually. The playground around our neighborhood doesn't have it, if you've been there. He shook his head, still perplexed. Unfortunately, I have not. Dang. You've been to playgrounds before, though, right? Baxter had to pause to think on it. He shrugged.
Maybe?
In my elementary school, I did have recess, but we had sports fields more than traditional playgrounds. And for some reason, it's hard to picture you as a little kid. Well, I'd rather you not imagine that, so it all works out. Cole placed a finger on his cheek as he puzzled out the game's conundrum. He tapped his face absent-mindedly. It's slippery. You can't really walk on it.
Huh?
Slippery. Every clue lost Baxter even more. He had no idea what the word could be. You sit on it and then go down. It's tall and long, and you have to climb up to the top. You can go on it one way, but you can't really get up on the other way. Baxter, do you know how to do the cha-cha? It's fine if you don't get it, I'll let it. Those are clever. I glanced at that one, I didn't get it at first, but now that I'm rereading it. Penguins do it on their bellies. You did not offer a hint. Ryan would say the penguins one because Ryan loves animals, and that's I know we're not playing as Ryan, but I just yeah. It's fun to do that. The first thing I thought was, oh, they have a water park. You put water on them and then whoosh, along with the water. But okay, these two are clever. They're clever, and it makes me want to click on them, but I have to think about which one. Cause I'm thinking too far in. Cause my brain is like, what if it gets confusing? I sit on it and then go down. That's the really simplest way to put it. That's the simplest way to put it. It's so simple. But also, what if he says seesaw? But also, I think that's more of a Leilani way to put it. But this one also is like, what I feel like Paisley would say this one because I don't know, I feel like she would. But also, I can see. Okay, wait. Where's my coin? Okay. Oh. I guess since I read it down the left and then the right will count the cha-cha slide as the top option. Okay. Yep. Well. The coin says it. That makes me yeah, I feel like I have to click on it because I'm black. Okay, it's a bad joke, but like every big outing that I've been to, I feel like the cha-cha slide place, like if it's like black family outing, you know? Obviously, they also play them all the time at like school dances and stuff. But like, I don't know. We're gonna go with this one. The cha-cha slide? Oh, slide? That's it, slide. Baxter's floundering confidence returned in full force with a broad grin.
Excellent.
I got it! He flipped the paper over and traced his fingers across the word. He smirked at it. Thank you very much for the tip, Tyrone. Liz patted you on the arm with approval. Nice one. You had the magic approach that time. Yeah, I don't know. You seemed really confused about playground stuff. Reading. Cove flipped open his paper and showed it to the crowd. He kept his hand at the back of the note so he couldn't see the word even if light shone through. Such attention to detail. In blocky, wobbly text, you read the word potatoes. You pursed your lips together as you thought what you could say. Sack! Liz turned her head with an incredulous expression while Lee continued her thought. She jumped up, pointing right at the paper Cove had in his hand. You put them in a sack. Cove blinked at Lee, deeply confused. Lee smiled back, full of confidence that he would come to understand eventually. It's the major vegetable you use in croquettes. I don't know what that is.
Really?
Baxter was earnestly taken aback, as if Cove had just said he'd never had toast before. Maybe we should change that. There has to be somewhere in this town that serves them, right? Liz cleared her throat, saving Cove from having to respond beyond his frown. It's that Mr. toy with different faces and things. Cove tilted his head, utterly baffled at the different directions that everyone had taken.
What?
What's a Mr. toy? Liz simply shook her head at his lack of understanding. It was your turn to try. They're brown and lumpy. There are sweet versions and regular versions. It's a very common starchy root vegetable. Forget the croquettes, French fries. You shook your head, not offering a hint. I'm going with this one because I was thinking before Baxter spoke. I was like, French fries? French fries. You gave him a look, sending the answer right to him while filling in the blank Baxter had left. Potatoes! Or a singular potato?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Cove repeated it again with a bright, beaming grin. Potatoes! Cove was so cute sometimes. You couldn't help but feel happy, too, over his victory. He held his hand out to you for a celebratory high five. Should we keep it going? Should we keep that going? Hang on. Should we? We'll leave that one. We'll save right here. Should we keep that going? Will it remember the He just gave a fist bump instead. He switched his hand to a fist without comment and fist bumped you back. I wanted to do the thing from Hang. It's okay, it's okay. Thanks for the hint. I don't think I would have gotten it without that. You're welcome. Congrats. Now let's go again. Suddenly, the boat tipped forward before rocking back harshly. The ship must have gone over a bigger than usual wave. Liz held onto her hat desperately. Leah laughed at her immediate death grip. You never know what'll happen on the high seas. You chuckled too. Watch out, Liz. You wouldn't want to lose such a nice topper. You felt a burst of nausea come over you. You started feeling really freaked out about being in the middle of the ocean like this. Nausea. I think I can see him getting a little seasick on a boat. A little motion sickness. Yeah, see, I can play this accurately. Ignoring the fact that I took a minute to try to find it. Anyway, the boat bumped around again, and your stomach lurched. Could your guts swim around in your body? Because it sure felt like they were moving around. You tried to regain a steady footing beneath you and calm back down, but the deck wouldn't stop moving. You were shaking. Everything was shaking. You thought back to your wariness at the start of the trip and regretted not taking it more seriously. Liz peered out at you from under her brim. Are you holding up over there? Lee noticed your condition as well. She spoke up while biting her lip. How about we hold the next round for now? I said a completely different voice. Hang on. How about we hold the next round for now? Are you alright, Tyrone? No. Your arms curled around your stomach. Lee bit her lip and took a step towards you. She nervously waved her hands around as she looked you over. Do you need to sit down? Lie down? Oh, there's a bed in the interior part of the ship. No, thanks. That sounds good, thanks. You stared at the ground, trying to ignore it all. You nodded your head. I don't know. You found comfortable under everyone's attention. Yeah, he might feel a little uncomfortable under everyone's attention, but, Ty's the kind of sit back and let you handle it type of guy. So being in the foreground is not. See, he's the cameraman, not the foreground. Not the focus, not the shoot, not the subject of the photo. And they got to play a game first. That makes me feel a little better. It wasn't just an immediate like buzzkill. It's not a bad. It's not. I'm being the buzzkill because I'm telling the story, but you know, it's not a buzzkill to be sick. But Ty probably feels like one. I think. I think we'll say he feels uncomfortable and everyone's attention because, like, I don't think Ty likes people worrying about him. I think it makes him feel awkward. Why? I don't know. You know, it's probably part of his child. We'll worry about that later. Let's get into that later. We'll get into that a different time. But I think that actually makes a lot of sense now that I think about his childhood. Not that he didn't have a loving parents and all that stuff. But there was a point in time where he might have been maybe not like neglected, but a little bit emotionally. Anyway, and I think that probably really stuck. Yep. I just think that Ty does not want to be like literally. There's a scene where after he cried, he tells someone about it, and he was like, because he cried to someone's parent, and he tells that person about it, and they're like, "Oh, are you okay?" And he was like, "What do you mean?" Because he only mentioned it because they had asked if their parent was embarrassing. He was like, "No, I was being embarrassing. I cried." And they're like, "Are you okay?" And he was like, "Don't you think that's weird that I like, aren't you weirded out? I cried to your parent?" And I'm like, "No." but to Ty, it's him showing his state of chill breaking makes him uncomfortable. You shrunk into yourself, split between the urge of wanting to hide and the knowledge that hiding would only worry the others more. Exactly. See, you don't want to deal with this. You don't want to talk about it. Lee frowned, lost about what she was meant to do now. Cove was at your side before Lee could speak again. He wordlessly offered you his arm. His eyes are intense. Even if your neighbor wasn't always such an open book, his intentions would still be perfectly clear right then. He was going to take you somewhere to rest, despite your resistance to the idea. You took hold of it. You didn't take his arm. Yeah, hot. I'm weak. And what's wrong with that? Yeah, sometimes I think like just a little extra push is what Ty needs sometimes. Oh, this is like playing our life as a character like really helps you really think more about the character, and it's so great. And it's like I probably have a little bit of help because Ty is not the main character of my story, but he is like the secondary main character. Like he was almost like if there was almost dual main character, he was almost dual main character. You gripped him tightly. You couldn't resist his support. You needed it. Cove nodded. You had all his attention. Without removing his gaze from you, he spoke out. And which way is the room? It's just past. Lee's words started to blend together. Your cousin was talking while gesturing, but the meaning of it all couldn't get through the fog forming in your head.
Right.
Okay. Cove's voice was clearer to you. He tilted his chin off to the side to where Lee had just pointed. There was no question that you needed to get away from this. With Cove leading the way, the two of you slowly walked over to the room inside the ship. You followed his feet, looking at anything but the edges of the boat. You leaned against him. He held up the weight without complaint. He felt sturdy, which was a small relief in your discomfort. This is a nice room. Wow, this is a nice room. It's got a little plant, it's got a clock, it's got a TV. Sorry. I like backgrounds. I like backgrounds and I like rooms. Cove opened a thick door wide, making room for you to get by. It closed behind you softly. Suddenly the noise level dropped. You could still hear the boat rocking on the waves, but much of the background hum cut off. He brought you to the bed and patted the blanket encouragingly. Come on, you should at least sit down. You crossed the room together and you used his arms as railing when he gently lowered you onto the mattress. Knees strained when they bent, feeling creaky and fragile. With the bed solidly beneath you, you let out a breath. Are you sick? Yeah. You look like it. All that laughter was me. Sorry, I couldn't help it. That was a funny response. It was still difficult to focus, but the familiar sound of Cove's uncomfortable chuckle made it through easily. He was trying not to panic. Cove stiffly dragged a tiny trash can closer to the side of the bed. Then his hand nervously fluttered around your forehead. You weren't sure if it was an attempted head pat he gave up on, or if he wanted to take your temperature. You stared down at the trash can while desperately hoping you wouldn't need it. You paused to scan the full length of the room, its head whipped around fast enough to make you dizzy. If there's something I could do to make you feel better, like maybe I could get you a drink. There's gotta be water here and probably juice. There might even be that fancy sparkling water around. I can ask. Brain just braining. Water? Juice? Seltzer water? I don't want anything. I don't want you to go. Excuse me. Sorry. It's funny because like Ty doesn't like people helping him or worrying about him. It's really funny. It's like I probably should say choose the I don't want anything option, but water also feels like usually when you're feeling a bit nauseous, at least in my house, you drink ginger ale or you drink water. They don't have ginger ale listed here. But I was also thinking about the scene that in my current version isn't in the script, but I guess the last damage wasn't in the script either. But like Ty was in the hospital, but like he's okay. There's nothing like okay, he's okay, but he was having a bit of a panic because of family stuff. But when he calls one of his friends to talk about it, but he doesn't mention the fact that he was in the hospital. His friend was like, "Oh, I'll come check on you because because he's freaked out." He's like, I'll come check on you." But like he's like, "Oh, I'm at the hospital." He doesn't say I was admitted to the hospital. And so his friend just thinks, "Oh, he's at the hospital because it's a family thing." And then found out that he was admitted to the hospital. And he was also like, "Oh, you don't have to come anyway." He's like, "Oh, you don't have to. I'm not home, so you don't have to come." He's like, so yeah. Anyways, so Ty doesn't like asking for things, but also water makes sense. But also but Ty doesn't like being like clingy and stuff. So if anything, it's one of these two. But since he knows that Cove's feeling worried and just wants to help, and also because it gives a moment, he's probably gonna ask for water, because then it also like, if it's not in the room, it kind of sort of sends him away for a second. So yeah, water. Something simple and refreshing would help.
Yeah.
All right, be right back. He rushed to the door, though stalled briefly in the doorway to give you one last look, Apparently assured that you'd be okay, Cove took a deep breath and ran out. You hugged your arms around yourself, hyper aware with how uncomfortable you felt. Queasiness overtook you. You groaned openly. You squeezed your eyes shut as though that might physically pull yourself together. Luckily, it didn't take Cove long to reappear. You heard the thump of his shoes before he scrambled inside, drink in hand. He held up a water bottle for you before he took it back and opened it. Then he gave you the open water and kept the white cap in his other hand. With the drink in your grasp, you took a cool sip. Thanks, Cove.
No problem.
He smiled like there was nothing wrong. You could almost believe it, too. I just want you to be okay. He sunk down to the floor with a soft thud. He positioned himself sideways as he scooched over towards an end cabinet near the bed. He glanced up at you from the ground and settled with his back to the cabinet. He was ready to stay in that spot for the long haul. You gulped down some more liquid and sighed. You reached over Cove's head to put the drink down on the top of the end cabinet. You folded into yourself on the bed, putting your head between your knees. You tried to keep yourself centered and steady. You felt Cove's fingers gently lay on your head. He stroked your hair. The rhythm of his touch soothed you. Slowly you zoned out. You weren't asleep, but the world faded from around you. Everything was shut out, leaving you floating a step away from unconsciousness. You forgot you were on a boat. Every now and then, a particularly strong wave would jolt you back into the present, but each time you refocused on being calm and became lost in your mind once again. Had it been hours, minutes, days? It felt like forever, but also like nothing. Eventually, your mind caught up with you fully. Resting, Cove's hand was tucked next to you against the side of the bed. You only realized after moving. Luckily, you hadn't bothered him. I said head, I said hand. You sighed in frustration that you couldn't go out there. You teared up at how badly you felt and how the trip was ruined. You needed more time to take care of yourself, you accepted. You decided to force yourself to get up. Okay, he's one of these two. Because I do think he feels bad. He's like, we're supposed to be hanging out, chilling with everyone. And now I've gone and worried everyone, and Cove's stuck down here. Yeah, I think that's the kind of mindset Ty has. But it's because, okay, so that you couldn't go out there and how the trip was ruined, how badly you felt and how the trip was ruined. I think I'm leaning towards, because I think it's more that he feels guilty. Ty is a character who really, really guilt. He'll find a way to make it his fault. And that is just who he is. So I want to go more towards this one because of the reasoning. Like, I'm leaning towards the sigh because I feel like he was sighing frustration, but at the same time, I think the reasoning here is what fits better. So I think this is what I'll click on. Ty doesn't let himself cry very easily, though. Just putting that out there. It hit you how much you had messed things up. Everyone had gone on this trip to have fun, not worry about you. Exactly. See, this is the there is a validation in clicking an answer and then it doing exactly what you were thinking. Like when the description is like, yes, exactly. You get it. You get it. Even though you kept trying to feel better, you still couldn't leave this bed. You were stuck here miserable, surely making everyone else miserable. The crying! I think this is the first time he's cried in this game. Tears rolled down your cheeks as you could feel your heartbeat pick up. Yeah, I think also, because if it's quiet crying, it's even more likely because he's like, okay, well, he's trying to do it in silence and in private. Cove roused, eyelids fluttering open. When he saw you still locked to the bed, the peaceful expression you had a moment ago faded to concern. He didn't speak initially, but he was there for you all the same. You stared up at the ceiling. No matter how hard you tried, you could still feel the waves knocking into the boat.
Hey.
Your gaze rolled over towards him. Cove watched you with a gentle face and tilted his head towards the side table. We did it. Want to play hangman? Dumbstruck, you watched Cove reach up behind himself and retrieve a little guest notepad and pencil from the tabletop. He placed a piece of paper on the floor and started scribbling on the sheet without waiting for an answer. But don't think I'll take it easy on you. Cove looked up with a beaming smile. If you don't want to stretch your arms, I can write your stuff down. I can write your stuff down too. You shook your head. I can play like normal. I can read. Cove chuckled with a soft edge of anticipation. He was ready for a game. Then let's play. I picked the phrase already. You could start guessing. He squinted down at the page. He lined out for 3 words. 2, 2, and 4 letters each. 2, 2, 4. Huh. We'll start with the letter I. Gotta logic out this hangman game, man. Cause okay, words. Twos. Okay, so when you play hangman, you start off with the vowel. So maybe I should start off with E. Cause I'm thinking about 2-letter words, right? Yeah, I think E. We're gonna start off with E, because E I think is very common, and A it is feeling a little less common with it being 2 letters. Like what? Oh, I guess there's at, but we'll learn if it's at later. Okay, it's not E. I should have gone with I. I can read. You positioned yourself, but noticed Cove's gaze start to stray. He scratched the back of his neck. You know... Cove slowly lifted his eyes. There was something in his face, the way he looked at you, that made your skin warm. We used to play little pen and pencil games like this when we were younger, remember? You nodded slowly. Yeah, like the time you called me cute through Hangman. It was fun back then. I think it's still fun now. Okay. Ty's kind of a tease though. Ty's kind of a tease, so he might say that. But but okay. I know, I have a coin. I don't know why I didn't just go flip a coin. The coin said to tease. See, this is how I know I'm not my characters, because things like this, I think that, in all honesty, like, Ty wouldn't hesitate. I mean, like, he'd say one of these two for sure, but depending on how he's feeling, you know. Either way, he's not gonna. He doesn't. I hesitate. Okay, we'll try it. Yep, that's what I was thinking of. Shyly, he dropped his head down. You blushed and your heart skipped a beat just thinking about it all over again. Okay. O wasn't one of the letters. You got one. Okay. Hey, Ty, you know the drawings you used to have hanging in your room? The ones you made as a kid? Yeah. Did you keep any of them? Like in storage or something? I did keep them. No, they were thrown away. My mom's but have kept them somewhere, but I don't know for sure. I did keep them. I think that maybe it's just because of me. I don't know. Why would you throw out drawings? You know, they're drawings. Art is valuable. Why are you asking? Curious, you instinctively leaned a bit forward. Cove smiled charmingly. I've always admired your ability with the crayon. I just wanted to see them again. Oh. Chuckling, you felt your face grow red. Cove's smile widened. I'll try to find them for you. Thank you for appreciating them. No, I don't want you to look at them. I'd rather make something new for you to look at. Which one? Yeah, I'll try to find them for you. Really? Yeah, they're around the house somewhere.
Thanks.
Chuckling, Cole looked back at the paper. He held it up. Yeah, at least I have to admit your skills back then are still better than mine are right now. This time you looked closely at the crudely drawn game board and tried to fight back a laugh. But it was futile. You both burst into small fits of giggles at that. When you could breathe normally again, you resumed the game. Okay, we gotta get, okay, because there's not a lot of I words, so we'll worry about that later. Now we gotta figure out what vowel is in the four letter word. And we know it's not E, and we know it's not I, and I totally skipped A. We're gonna try O. I wasn't expecting it to go there. I wasn't expecting O to go there. But there's no E. There's no E. So the word's not over. So the phrase isn't it is over. What is a 4-letter word that starts with oh my goodness, okay. Oh, we can have conversation. We can start the conversation. Do you remember that time you got in a big fight with Lizzie? You focus fully on the game. Right, if I were to replay this, because I saw actually that you can get Lizzie to you can get Lizzie to apologize if you don't say anything. I might, if I replay this time, I might try to do that one instead. Because if there is another way that he can learn to that he can handle it, then he would do that. Yeah. Why not? Let's keep the conversation going. Cause they're already heading down memory lane, you know. Sorry. Coach Gaze slowly rolled over to you. He snorted derisively. Which one? We were playing house and you two kept butting heads on how to do it.
Oh.
Surprised, Cove sat up straighter, his eyebrows furrowed. You could tell that he was searching for the memory. That was a long time ago? It was one of our first playdates all together. You got so upset you stormed out. Lizzie tried to lie about what happened, but I told my mom so she was acting. Then she had to call and apologize.
Wow.
My hair all along. As you both sat there quietly with your thoughts, a distinct look marred Cove's face. Getting upset and running away was something I used to do a lot, huh? When we first met, I was hiding from my dad. I'd do the same when Lizzie and I would fight. Used to was kind of a generous phrase considering everything. How about the way you ran out when I was over for dinner? You sort of secretly ran away to my room when your dad invited your mom over. You stared back at him. We're gonna do this one. We're gonna keep it lighthearted. That was a little more intense. I mean, this is obviously it was like the big, you know. This is a little more intense. This is a little more intense. Well. Did I stress myself out a little bit? Maybe because like maybe I should just click and steered back. Anyways, we're gonna try it.
I mean,
that's true. Okay. And now like talk about it. Okay, well, stay back. Maybe I should work on that. Well, okay, wait. Maybe I'll let it happen.
I mean,
he ran a hand through his hair, which was better than the other type of running he was prone to. Oh, wait, change the conversation. I was right, too. Maybe I should work on that. There was no stopping. Okay, it was small. There was no stopping the laugh that burst from you. Cove narrowed his eyes, but there was a small, playful look shining there. You better take your turn before I decide to run away again. The corner of his mouth pulled into a bit smile, and you immediately matched it. You picked up the pencil to keep playing. Okay. Oh, goodness. Goodness, I can't even think of 4-letter words that have O as the first letter. Often it's 5 letters. Over is not the answer because there's no E here. I skipped A. We're gonna come back to. I don't think it is gonna be A. Oh goodness. But what? Okay, we'll try it. It is a. Yep, that's right. What? Oh my gosh. Okay. What? It is. What? You have to know words in order to. If. Okay. And that's a point for me. Okay, so it's not if. I guess we'll try is. That's another one. Okay. I should have tried is first. You're close. Or no. What? What? Guys, I don't even know what letter to guess. I don't know words. I don't know words. I don't know words. I don't know words. What letters have I already done? I've already done A, E, I, O. I did F, T, S, he said he's not going easy. He meant it. Like, bro, what even is this word? What even is this word? I don't know what letter to guess next. It feels like U and Y can't be in this, right? Because we've already used, like, I don't know what possible word would have O-Y-A or O-U-A, you know? I don't know. Okay, did I try R? I didn't try R. I don't know if R would fit here, but we're gonna try R. Yeah, I didn't think so. Sorry, got another arm now. What could possibly... It is... O... Oh, what haven't I done? Not that. Okay, dude, I don't know letters anymore. I say, looking at a keyboard. It's not oath because A would be second, and there would be a T in it. I don't know. Give me the answer. I don't know. I don't know. He really meant it when he said that it was gonna be difficult. Well, now I feel silly. I mean, I don't know words. Literally one of the most common words. This is Ole. No. That took me. That is too difficult for me. That shouldn't have been so hard. Okay is such a common word. I was like, what the heck? What kind of word? You got it. In simple handwritten letters was the message, "It is okay." Stunned, your eyes slowly trailed up to his. And that's what you wanted to say? Cove averted his gaze for a moment. His cheeks grew pinker, but slowly his expression grew more serious. I was gonna say gave, but that does not say gave. You know, sometimes your eyes just, your brain just like starts making up words when you're reading. Okay, let me read this part. Let me read it. Cove averted his gaze for a moment. His cheeks grew pinker, but slowly his expression grew more serious. He turned back to you.
It's okay.
You hugged him, you laughed, your eyes teared up. Ty's a hugger when it's emotional, when it's an emotional bee. Yeah, we're gonna do the hug. You moved with enough force, throwing your arms over the side of the bed that you almost knocked Cove over, wrapped his arms around you and steadied you both. Sighing, all the tension in your body melted away, and you relaxed into him. You could feel Cove lightly rubbing your back in a soothing circle. Thank you. You're such a lovely person. I'm really lucky to know you. It was a good game. You didn't say anything. Do we not say anything? What do we say? What do we say? What do we say? What do we say? Do we say thank you? What do we say? What do we say? What do we say here? What do we say here? What do we say? What do we say? I said thank you. And okay, let's see what the spinner says. What does the spinner think we should say? Nothing. The spinner says don't say anything. I can vibe it. Despite having to spend so much of the boat ride in that room, you could manage the arrangement. Cove smiled softly, and you grinned, knowing that his presence was the big deciding factor in that fact. Eventually, a light tapping at the door caught your attention. It slowly opened, and Lee popped her head in, giving a little wave. Hey, how are you holding up? I'm okay. Not good. You stared at her blankly. You shrugged from your spot on the bed. The temptation to shrug. I might say he's okay because he's Ty. He's either gonna shrug or say he's okay, but since he's in the mindset of like, I don't really want to worry more people, he's gonna say I'm okay. Okay, good. Still, Lee sounded unsure. You gave her a reassuring smile as best you could manage in that moment. You rubbed your hands together. You raised an eyebrow, knowing her well enough to tell that she was preparing herself to say something. Well, I talked to the captain, and it's no problem for us to swing back to the mainland sooner than the usual schedule. We're already on our way, if that helps. Okay. This is one of the ones that I'm going to see what the reaction is and then reload. I have to be honest. when I do that because they're already doing it. Because it's like, he definitely feels bad about it. Hearing that, he's definitely like, I'm ruining more things. It took too long to do boating. I'm looking at the time. I don't know how long happiness is. Okay, so thank you. Not to do that. Look there, that's anything. We're gonna see what's that. I feel even worse now. After guilt for truly spoiling the trip. Lee shook her head. I do. You've been dealing with this the whole time. We had to be back before nightfall anyways. It's no big deal to head back now. That's cool. That's really cool. Thanks, Lee. His expression was hopeful. Caleb was eager for you to feel better. It was as eager as you to feel better as you were. Just a gentle hand on your shoulder, giving it a reassuring squeeze.
Ty.
Let's go home. A snorted laugh escaped Lee instantly. She turned away with her hand covering her mouth, but a few more giggles shook her before she looked back. I didn't know you two moved in together. Sputtering, Cove rubbed at his arm while his face grew redder. Liam's grin widened the longer he refused to face her. What I meant was that we'd be going back to the harbor, and then I'd take Ty home, and then I'd go to my own house. You know that. Yeah, let's go home. Well, my house is practically your house too, Cove. Come on, I can't just pretend that kind of slip-up didn't happen. You nodded. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry, the decisions. Cause I don't even know how to explain it. Sometimes when you're thinking, you don't even really have words for it. I don't know. I might rewind. I'm really torn between these two. You're hardly a neighbor rolled his eyes as Lee roared at laughter again, clapping her hands.
Come on.
Are you two done yet? You know what I meant. Wait, I wanna say, but I'm also going to see how the conversation goes the other way. Yours came out quietly with an affectionate smile directed at Cove. After that brief exchange of solidarity, you returned your attention toward Lee. Okay, wait. I think I'm gonna. Okay, look. I have to sometimes let Ty give his friends a hard time.
Come on.
Because that's the kind of person he is. Even laying there not feeling well, he's like, "Did you know? Did you know I'm your worst nightmare?" Wait.
Come on.
Are you two done yet? You know what I meant. Yeah. Okay. And then Lee shifted the weight on her feet like she was antsy.
Sorry.
I really am sorry about today. I didn't mean to invite you out on a boat that make you feel like garbage. I'm sorry I ruined the trip. I can forgive you for such a slight against me personally. You're welcome. How could you have known this would happen? You nodded quietly. This is lighthearted. Oh, okay, this is the real. Which one? Hurry, I'm expecting company. Sorry. I know that wasn't even a song. I just because these are all things he would say. These are all things he would say. All of them. All three of these. I'm trying to try this one. You managed to grin to show it was all in good fun. Looking relieved, Lee's eyes brightened. With things truly settled, you started to feel better than before already. I'm a little curious. And I know I gotta see.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. We'll stick with the. I know Ty is such an apologizer. He says sorry a lot, but I also think that sometimes he's like, all right, this situation needs a joke. This situation needs me to give someone a hard time playfully. Looking relieved, Lee's eyes brightened. With things truly settled, you started to feel better than before already. The rest of the boat ride went peacefully. Everyone agreed to let you rest as much as possible until it docked at the harbor once more. Finally, the time came and you were able to disembark. The sun was still setting along the horizon during the long trip back to Sunset Bird. You blinked dozily, watching the fading rays come through the car window. You turned your head to spy on Cove from your spot in the back seat. You wondered what he was thinking. Cove's focus was completely absorbed in driving home. An affectionate warmth fluttered in your chest at the simple sight of your neighbor. You were grateful that Cove was there today. Now that you were safely back on land, you were feeling more at ease. Your eyes were growing heavier from the exertion today. And even though the trip didn't go as planned, it wasn't all bad. There were nice moments that made all the trouble worth it. The people you cared most about, cared for you just as much in return. A big yawn rumbled through you and left your eyes in a tired squint. Rolling your head back to look out the window, I can't believe I didn't know the word okay. Sorry. I'm stuck on that, like, dang. What? Rolling your head to look out the window once more, you watched the scenery pass on by, growing more and more familiar as home came closer. You'll be back soon, and you smiled thinking about what an adventure the day turned out to be. You truly ventured out to sea, and you'd returned alive. As far as you were concerned, that was quite a victory. Okay. Boom, bop. Boom, bop, boom, bop. Boom, bop, boom, bop. Boom, bop, boom, bop. I just realized what a mistake that was. What if I needed to redo it? I can't redo it now. Oh my God. Well, actually, I can. Yay me! If I needed to ever at any point redo it, I have this saved right here. That's great. That's grand. That's wonderful. Okay, then I'll continue saving in this area, just so I don't distract myself. I don't confuse myself. Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. We are going to go ahead and do happiness. But I will be right back because I have to. I'm back. I am back. How long we have? I can't believe that took me like 2 hours. The boating. I gotta lock in. Yeah, okay, let's get started. My brain was like trying to remember something. I don't know what. The day and the week were nearing their end, and you were welcoming it in your own way by lying sprawled out on your bed. Sorry. The day and the week were nearing their end, and you were welcoming it in your own way by lying sprawled out on your bed. It was quiet in your house, getting that time of night where you really should be sleeping, but you didn't feel tired at all. You rolled onto your side. Outside, the last lit up window across the street blinked out, leaving the buildings on the block faceless silhouettes against a blue-black sky dotted by stars. Your phone came to life on the nightstand, a pale light cast on the ceiling of your room. Without looking, you threw your arm out behind yourself, groping around on the tabletop until your phone was under your palm. At that point, you lifted it to your face, snorting when you saw the familiar name attached to a short message just reading, "Hey." Cove wasn't much for sleeping now either. As you made to reply, though, more and more texts came through in quick succession. Hey, you like doing things. You like doing things with me. I mean, what I'm saying is that there are things you and I do and we like together at the same time. No, that was eye-raising. You propped yourself up on one elbow, sitting upright against the headboard so you could text more comfortably. Yeah? Wow, you've got it all figured out. Dang, you suck at texting. Man, am I excited to see where this is going. You're right about that. You waited for him to continue. I didn't mean to do that. I mean, I kind of did, but I kind of didn't. I should have pressed log. I'm too comfortable with the scrolly bar. And that's why keyframes keeps me on my toes. I can't rewind. Let's see, hey, you like doing things like this with me. I mean, sometimes there are things you and I do and we like together at the same time. You're right about that. I like doing things with you together at the same time. The typing indicator dropped off. A notable pause followed. You snickered to the palm of your hand. It wasn't hard to imagine Cove red-faced, pushing his screen aside in sheer embarrassment, and then scrambling in the dark to find the phone among the folds of his bedsheets. You soon heard from him again, though. So, for what I was saying, you're free for a while, right? When's your next shift? Not for a few days. Cool, I thought so. I was just making sure. Alright. You can almost hear Cove's intake of breath as he prepared for the next part, despite the conversation being text alone. The window of your messaging app might as well have been a screenshot, and you were left to keep track of the passing seconds with the rising and falling cries of crickets outside. When your screen darkened from inactivity, you wondered if you should do something yourself. Yes, you thought you could give him a nudge. No, you thought he'd get around to it when he was ready. we'll let him get around to it. You dropped your phone against your chest and closed your eyes. You wouldn't be able to see him, but it would be hard to miss the telltale sign of an incoming message. Excuse me, sorry. Even if it took a while you were waiting. Even if it took a while, you were willing to wait. Oh my gosh. And soon enough, a reply came. What if we did something new or sort of unexpected? Would you be okay with that? Something we haven't ever done together. You lowered your phone, leaning back against the headboard as you thought it over. The streets outside your window looked different at night, but you knew that if you were to wander out, there would be no chance of you losing your way. There wasn't a single inch of your neighborhood that you didn't know by heart. And everywhere you looked, from the grassy hill behind your house to the shops by the beach, you could recall a time you'd been there with Cove, mostly just chatting as you walked together. You didn't mind everyday things like that, but as for something new or unexpected, I'd love that. What do you have in mind exactly? What's gotten into Cove Holden to want to do something brand new? You had no response to that at all. He's down, but I think he probably would ask, what do you have in mind? I feel like Ty is very, yeah, I'm in. I think, yeah. Some things. One by one, Cove began presenting his ideas, starting off with attending a play. We watched TV together and movies, but real people performing in front of us? We've never done that. I'm not sure what plays exactly you're on right now, but that adds to the unexpected factor. There was a slight pause before Cove moved on to the next plan, visiting an aquarium. That would make sense, right? We go to the beach and stuff. We're pretty close to the water. But going to the aquarium would be water in a whole new way. The third and last idea was the one that was the most out of the blue. Ice skating. Ice skating? It was a total wild card, as Cove was putting it, and the polar opposite of what the two of you normally did. However, it was fitting right in with the other options as something you had never done together. Let's say, if hypothetically, someone wanted to surprise you with an unexpected outing. Would that be okay? You couldn't help but smile fondly at that, wondering to yourself who that someone could be. You said it'd be perfect if that somehow happened. You joked that it wasn't much of a surprise. You said doing anything with him was good. Ty's gonna play along. If only a hypothetical someone existed. Great. Not that it means anything, but which one would be your favorite? It'd be... Okay. Oh, this is a hard one. Oh, okay. I got it. Me personally, I want to see where they would go for ice skating. I want to see what they would do for ice skating. But also, knowing Ty, he might want to see the play. Wait. I gotta think of this for a second. See, cause ice skating, like in my head, I'm already calling these dates. Okay. An ice skating gate. Well, I said gate. Oh my gosh. Would be cool. But Ty really likes stories and storytelling, I think. And he's a film major. I think we do see a lot of like TVs. Oops, I forgot that I can't scroll it. It's a phone, you want to scroll, you know. Oh, okay. Let's see how these are described. I kind of want to do ice skating, but I also the aquarium is also nice though because it's like Cove loves fish. Okay. I've never done that. I'm not sure what plays are exactly on right now. But ice skating is very unexpected. It's very out of the blue, which leans even more into the maybe they should do that one because oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm flipping a coin. The coins of the play. I know, don't sound so disappointed. Okay, we're going to put this one here. But we're gonna see a play. Evil Love is definitely something you and Cove should watch side by side at least once. Alright, cool. Don't think too hard about this talk. It doesn't mean anything. You're making me laugh at this. I sure hope it means something. Sure. I promise not to try figuring it out. You're freaking adorable. I promise not to try figuring it out. Good. There's nothing to figure out, of course. Good night, Ty. It's really late now. Yeah, it is. Night, Cove. And with that final send-off, you put your phone to sleep and lowered it with a sigh. You had no idea when Cove was going to invite you to the theater, but your mind was buzzing with all the possibilities the coming days might bring. Your phone went back to its place on the nightstand, and you resumed snuggling into the mattress, one hand thrown to the side and the other shoved under your pillow. Somewhere between this day and the next, you finally found yourself asleep. Ooh, that got bright. That got bright. Took me aback. The next morning, after washing up from breakfast, you had just climbed the stairs to your room, ready to tackle the day, when you heard the ringing of a doorbell. You turned towards the sound, angling your head in confusion. Was someone expecting a visitor today? Then again, you weren't even sure if anyone else was around, judging by the lack of footsteps you were hearing. You raced back downstairs to answer the door. As you pulled it open and saw who it was, you were only further confused. Cove? He was standing there with an unsure look on his face at first, like he didn't know who would answer the door. But the moment he saw it was you, a shy grin spread across his face. He raised one hand and gave you a little wave. Surprise! Hey, this is a surprise. Don't you normally use the window? What might you be here for this fine day? You simply greeted him with a smile. We gotta start committing to troll Ty. You found it funny how you had grown up so used to hearing him tapping to that glass pane that showing up to your door was what it took to get a reaction. Cove turned his head to the side with a considering lit of his eyebrows. I guess I do, but not today. But yeah, it's like when he comes over, it's usually he's either like already with you, like because you met up with him outside of your house, or or he comes through the window. I got you something. He slid his hand out from behind his back, holding it up in front of your face as he offered the present to you. Your eyes widened once you saw what it was. A hibiscus. Aww. What? If you recall, in it's probably gonna explain it, but in step 1, when you guys are out in the poppy field, he talks about poppies are his favorite flowers, and then you can share what your favorite flower is. And I went with the hibiscus. So, oh my gosh. Oh. You hadn't expected a gift at all, let alone something as thoughtful as this. He could step towards you, so close you could see the sunlight shining through some flyaway strands of hair on the top of his head. There was a quiet little tremor in his voice when he spoke again. Surprise again. Do you like it? He's so precious. The options here. Okay, so let's read it. My brain like short, not circuiting, but that's the only thing the only word I can think of. Anyways, I'll read these. Yes, it's my favorite. Nope, you said teasingly. Yes, because you got it for me. Speechlessly, you nodded. Stunned, you stood there and blushed. This is a little hard. I'm relying myself all the reloads and rewinds. Because here's the thing. As I said, I started to start doing more of troll time. But also, I don't think Ty ever expects to get anything from anyone, ever. And like, being the guy he likes, oh my gosh. I'm laughing. Why did I say that? Okay, ooh, shoot. Good thing that lid was on that. I just totally dropped my water bottle and it almost ruined my 3DS because it almost landed on my 3DS. My 3DS is on the floor under my desk, well, in front of my desk, so I didn't sit it all the way on the thing, I guess, and it just fell. Luckily, it did not fall on my 3DS, and luckily the lid was on, because if the lid wasn't on it, it would have still splashed my 3DS and my DS, and then what would I have left? Ugh. Okay. It's like there's inside you there are two beasts. No, because I'm not sure if Ty can be a tease right now. And that's the thing. I mean, Ty gets shy too. Suspiciously, you nodded. Stunned, you stood there and blushed. Yes, my favorite. Nope, you said teasingly. I'm so indecisive. How many options is this? 5. Okay, let's see. Hang on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Third time's the charm. I know which options I don't want now. Well, no, I'm gonna change this to 3 then. I think it's not very common that, well, actually, no, Ty doesn't talk a lot. No, but like to actually render him like, it does happen though. It does happen. It does happen. We'll speechlessly you nodded. Cove, a little flustered, used his free hand over the back of his neck. Suddenly Cove raised his head, his eyes finding yours and startling you into stillness.
Well...
Would you want to go on, would you want to go to the theater with me? Gosh. His voice was so soft and timid you involuntarily held your breath as you listened. He was blushing, but he fixed you with a hopeful smile, still meeting your eyes. I thought maybe it'd be a fun trip to surprise you with. Yes, I'd love to. You laughed at the ridiculousness of this surprise, but managed to say yes. You nodded eagerly. Well, I'd love to. With his big question asked and accepted, Cove raised the gift towards you again, gesturing with the other hand for you to receive it officially. You carefully took it from him. I'll put this somewhere safe, and then we can go. Cove had no problem with that. Still grinning, he stepped back, body angling away as he waved a hand in the air. I'll get my car ready then. Meet me there. Okay. Oh my gosh. me like, it's probably 10 minutes now because I linger everywhere. Alrighty, calling it a date. He almost, oh my god. Loki is moments like that make me just a little bit curious. How that scene would play out if you're on like, it probably wouldn't, right? I mean, would it? On a different, what would this be? What would this be? Meanwhile, if you're on Friend, it'd probably be a little less shy. If you're on, what was it, Fond? Oh my gosh. Okay, see. As soon as the door clicked shut, you dashed upstairs to your room, prepping a spot first for Cove's gift. Then, satisfied with your efforts, you grabbed your bag, tossing in whatever else you thought you need for the outing before heading back outside. Cove's old car was parked right in front of the house. You went straight to it, hopping into the shotgun seat. As you buckled yourself in, Cove leaned forward to watch you with an eager expression, his fingers tapping the dashboard to a lively sort of rhythm. He was ready to start, but trying to tone it down so you wouldn't feel rushed. I'm glad we're doing this together. Me too. Once your seatbelt was secured, Cove checked his mirrors to make sure the street was clear before pulling away from the curb, and like that, the two of you began your trip. So when I looked it up, there were 2 shows we could pick from around this time. One was a historical romance with nobility, fancy outfits, drama, and stuff. The other seemed like a modern day story, something set near a lake at a bed and breakfast with comedy. It's kind of wacky, I guess.
So?
What do you think? Oh goodness. Sorry. I want to see the comedy. I want to see the romance. You pick. Let's have Chance decide. Okay, so my dilemma here is that. Sorry, I didn't put my phone on Do Not Disturb, So it made a sound right now. When I went to look at it, I saw that I have a notification from YouTube, and it says, "Meet me at the altar. Meet me at the altar. Karma out this Friday. Who's excited? Me." Yeah, I like Meet Me at the Altar. They're probably low-key the inspiration, a little bit low-key. I'm not actually. I kind of did that before I heard. Wait, when did Meet Me at the Altar start? When I heard Meet Me at the Altar. Anyway, my dilemma here: comedy versus the romance, and I think that comedy is like very Thai, but nobility and the fancy outfits, come on. Drama. Okay, so the options are historical romance with nobility, fancy outfits, drama and stuff. Something set near a lake and a bed and breakfast with comedy. But fancy outfits and nobility? Oh my gosh, wait. Oh, the coin has spoken. I really thought that these options were swapped for a second, because this one was said first, but the coin said the bottom option, and that happens to be this one. And this time we will listen to the coin because sorry, as I was saving over these, I was like, it's totally fine that he made that joke. He made two jokes, because he teased Cove, and then he made a little teasy joke towards Lee. It's totally fine. See, he's the same with everyone. Yeah, we'll do that one. We're gonna go through the romance, because the only thing better than not the only thing, but look, just hold up with me for a second, okay? The only thing, quote unquote, better than a nobility story with the fancy outfits is a magical nobility story with the fancy outfits. True story. Anyway, we will carry on. Cool. I'm curious what'll go down. What do you think the costumes will look like? Already your thoughts were busy trying to guess the historical setting. Cove hadn't given you much to work with at all. I don't know. Luckily we're gonna find out soon. Yeah.
Alright.
I'm getting kinda excited. I wonder what it'll be like. I haven't seen a live play before. Oh, that's the only option. Oh wait, we did say that we like plays. And I liked it. I thought it was alright. I wasn't really a fan, but I'm doing this for you today. No, because there's other options. Like, why would you say seeing a play and then being like, I don't really like it? I guess if you don't like aquariums or ice skating, those like three completely different options. Don't pick the option that you don't want. But we'll say I like that. I forgot this part of he likes plays. I've already stated that. I forgot about that. I was like, I feel like, see, I was right. Seeing a play would be his thing. Past me knew. Current me forgot, but has now been remembered. Yeah. I got it off drinking so much water. I get scared sometimes. You're drinking too much water because it can wash out your electrolytes. But I know in general sense I need to be drinking more water on a regular basis. But it's just like, I just drank an entire water bottle and now I'm drinking another one. And yeah. Your eyes shone with delight, remembering the dazzling lights and the grand stage. The theater was a treat you certainly enjoyed. Ooh, look at the theater chairs. I wonder where they would have gone for ice skating. It's like summer. Then again, where I live, it's usually pretty hot, but I think there's some ice skating rinks. They're not close to me though. The rest of the drive flew by, and soon enough, you were at the theater with Cove by your side. Tickets in hand, you both went inside. Shuffling down the aisle, Cove found the right seats. You were getting settled when the lights began to dim. You made it just in time. Your voice came out in a whisper. Glancing at Cove, you saw him staring straight ahead, with eyes growing wider with intrigue. Then the actors started coming out onto the stage. The show set the scene, focusing on a group of wealthy families and the web of drama they entangled themselves in. And yet, despite the tension and chaos, two lovers emerged. With their swift... Wait, nobility's not necessarily royal, is it? Is it? Wait, sorry, my brain took a break. Now I have to nobility versus royalty. Royalty. Royalty's better than nobility. Royal stories. It's okay. It's okay, we're here for the fancy outfits. Is this Romeo and Juliet? The swift engagement, I didn't even read the whole thing, this part yet. Swift engagement drew nothing but disapproval from their friends and family. You expected that there would be several trials before the lovers could reach any kind of happy ending. You became absorbed in the story and performances, and you weren't the only one. During the touching scenes, you could hear quiet sniffling coming from the seat where your longtime neighbor was. When the play finally came to a close, the audience broke into applause. I can read. I'm sorry. When the play finally came to a close, the audience broke into applause. Cove clapped for the actors until the noise died down. Then he spoke for the first time since the event began. It's over. Nodding, you followed Cove out of the theater. The sun was hanging low in the sky. I had so much fun. I can't believe what a good time that was. I'm glad you picked this, and I know you like plays, but is there a reason you went with this out of the other ideas? I'm just curious. The most surprising would be who would chose ice skating. I wanted to experience a show with you. I've wanted to go to another play for a while. This is a good chance. I picked randomly. I don't know, honestly. Yeah, I don't know why I'm pausing. My brain is just like... His brows dipped. He was touched you cared to make it a good time together, though you weren't sure why he didn't expect it. That's nice of you. It was nice of you to ask me out somewhere. I guess it was. Phil's face became distinctively red. You think about me a lot, huh? And I repeat, you do the same for me. You exchanged mutual goofy grins, two softies trying to make the other happy. But really, I might have to come back sometime to see the other one. Cole scratched his cheek contemplatively. I thought it was gonna be hard to keep up with the, what's the phrase? Suspension of disbelief? The actors are right there putting on a show. I thought it'd be too much to believe it was really happening.
Not bad.
But I fell more into it than with a lot of movies. I could totally picture the world they lived in. Amused, you nodded along and listened to Cove's animated commentary. I'm still thinking about it, even though it's over. Imagine if that was us. attending high society parties and living in grand mansions. We'd have to deal with the rich and powerful and the politics or whatever that went along with it. 1 second. Our families would try to force us to follow certain paths, but we'd still find our own way to each other and to the things we want to do. He had stars in his eyes as he fantasized about the events of the story. I would love that. I'm good with the life I'm already living. Are you envisioning us being married like the couple in the story? He joked. It's too bad we were born too late to ever really experience that. Oh my gosh. He nodded along with him. You just shrugged. Oh. Hmm. Okay. It'd probably be hang on. I might just click on this one. I feel like Ty might say it. Because Ty likes to give people a hard time, but also I'm sure now it's on Ty's mind because that's what the play they saw was. And sometimes you just gotta bring people down with you. Or test a reaction. It could also say this one. Hang on. Oops. Did that disappear? I didn't mean to. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, let's see what the spinner says. Oh, okay, I think the spinner said this one because I think these are my 3 options. I may have forgotten if I was really including this one or not, but I spun it with 3 and it said 1. So as long as it was these 3, then it was this one. Did I save? I did. I'm awkward. You raised an eyebrow accusingly, but your tone left little room for doubt that you were teasing. Phil immediately averted his eyes. A deep blush. Where'd my lid go? Where'd my... It's right in front of me. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I went to grab my water and then there was no lid on it. Let me put that on before it splashes all over my yeses. A deep blush spread from his cheeks to the tips of his ears.
I mean...
Well, it's part of the story, but we don't have to. It can be whatever you want. Is that what you want? Son, you couldn't get a single word out before Cove began to backtrack. Sorry, I'm sorry. Don't worry about the thing I said. Oh no! No! This is a little lighthearted. No, wait. I'm gonna rewind. Hang on a second. A few moments passed, and you noticed a distinct look on Cole's face. He shook his head like he was trying to send the thought away. Hang on. Wait, we don't wanna tease you too bad. But I don't know what other one to say. Hang on. It's 'cause I get a little stuck sometimes. I feel like you nodded along with him. I sometimes you just get a little stuck. I'm gonna see. The way you reimagined the story with you both at the center was easy to picture. Okay, so yeah, I was saying, yeah, but I don't want him to apologize. If we can't tell him don't apologize, it's totally fine. Then we gotta backtrack. Sorry. Trying to really picture a completely new life in a new place that actually feels kind of weird. Now that the new place actually feels kind of weird now that I'm doing it. I'm not exactly sure how to explain. It's exciting, but also sad. I think you're too seriously about this dumb idea, I guess. But if I don't remember anything from this world, then it would be pointless that I had the life before. And if it did really happen, I'd probably be surrounded by totally new people. I wouldn't have you with me anymore. Surprised, you sucked in a breath. Cove laughed shyly.
That's...
The fun part of imagining it all was that you were there by default. Just getting to be somewhere else on my own wouldn't be nice no matter how cool the place was. It's settled then. Well, I'll just have to look for you if I wind up in another chance at life or magically end up in some other world. I hope you try to find me too. Nervous, Cove's eyes didn't quite meet yours. His cheeks and ears were solidly red at this point. I'd find you, it's obvious. Of course I'd search for you. I will never forget about you, Cove. I'll see how it goes. My new life might keep me busy. You're getting a bit too out there for me. It's not something you should worry about. You nodded. You didn't know how to respond. I'd find you, it's obvious. No amount of space and time can stop us. Hang on. No, wait, hang on. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Hang on. Hang on. Hold the phone. Oh, okay, that doesn't. Okay, the thing I was checking doesn't affect anything here. Okay, it's probably something else, but we'll worry about that later. Or maybe it's nothing. Thank you, Ty. In that case, it'll all work out after all. Definitely. He took a breath and stretched his arms high over his head. He then turned his head to your direction, and pointed with his thumb to his car. We better get back to our real world now, huh? It's getting late, and I think we're the only ones still out here. You spun around, getting a good look at your surroundings. Cove was right. All the other cars that were out here after the show ended were long gone. How did I miss that? It surprised you how much you really lost track of everything for a while. You even failed to notice how dark it was until now.
Come on.
Let's go home. After that, you made your way into Cove's car. You set course for your neighborhood. Your legs felt stiff from standing still and talking for so long, but it was worth it. A ways into the drive, Cove glanced towards your direction. You stretched your arms out as you shifted in the seat, waiting patiently for him to say what was on his mind.
So...
I know this was unexpected, but thanks for coming along. Yeah, I really was. It was fun, but still the worst attempt at a surprise ever. Thank you for going through the trouble to plan this. Any trip with you is a good one. You smiled. Brown. I gotta end this scene soon. I think my thinking capacity. I think my decision-making skills. Wait, let me not say that because I already can't make this. Okay. See, and this is why in keyframes I said that I never get to the punchline for that quiz. I'll talk about it on Friday. Yeah, okay, we will, sorry. We will say, thank you for going to trouble plan this. You're welcome. It was no trouble at all. He spoke with a quiet confidence. He felt good about your reaction. The drive continued in comfortable silence. Cove wore a content expression on his face that warmed your heart. I know, I should have expected things. I'm sorry, I'm like judging my earlier choices. So I'm a little distant, but it's okay. I'm still here. Doing things like this with Cove. He made you happy. Your heart skipped a beat thinking about how mutual the feeling seemed to be. Watching the passing scenery out the window, you relaxed into the seat. The time sped by. It wasn't too long before Cove pulled into his driveway. Sighing happily, you got out of the car while Cove came around to where you were standing. He stood there a moment, rolling a pebble under his shoe. I'll see you tomorrow? Definitely.
Thanks.
After that, you and Cove parted ways for the rest of the day. Even when you fell back into your normal routine, your mind refused to stop buzzing with the memory of your little adventure. As you crawled into bed and closed your eyes, you are back in the best parts of today. You hoped Cove's surprise would continue just a bit longer and continue in your dreams. At breakfast the next morning, you were sitting with your moms and Liz. Sorry. While you were mildly listening to the conversation, the side of your face squished into the palm of your hand. Oh, the side of your face squished into the palm of your hand. The doorbell rang.
Oh.
I'll get it. Mom passed by you to the front door. Your eyes lazily followed her. You turned your attention to Ma and Liz. They were still lightheartedly chatting. You weren't sure about what. Your focus snapped back when your name was called from across the room. Hey, Ty, you have a guest. Be right there. Excuse me. Sorry. That's noisy. That's noisy. I'm so sorry. Sorry about that. I don't know. I don't know how loud that was, but I should have thought to mute it sooner. I need a toggle button for muting so that I can just be like, mic off, and then I can do that, and then mic back on. But then again, I'd probably forget. On your way to the front door, Mom gave your shoulder a pat as she returned to the living room. When she moved by, you saw who was at the door. It was Cove again. A smile stretched out across his face the moment your eyes met.
Hi.
Hi, Cove, sweetie. I can't remember how Mom and Mom talk. Oh my gosh, it's been like 5 ever since I've had to voice them. Instantly, you looked over your shoulder to see Mom several feet away, but within eye shot of the door, she waved. When you faced Cove again, he was looking at the ground shyly. It reminded you of the last time you'd seen him the night before. That was all the push you needed to step outside, closing the door behind you for some privacy. Hi. What's going on? What do you have up your sleeve today? You cover the door all the time. It's starting to get weird. We'll say hi. Should I save? Yeah, okay, we'll save. Hi. Didcove chuckled awkwardly. He didn't quite meet your eye as he pulled out another gift from behind his back. Surprise! Wanna go to the aquarium with me? He's too precious. What? You blinked and switched to staring at him in bewilderment. Cove's eyes narrowed conspiratorially. The real surprise was that I'm going to invite you to all 3 places. You never had to choose only one. I just needed to make sure that they didn't sound completely terrible. The longer Cove spoke, the quieter his voice became. He shyly scratched the side of his cheek and to check if you'd be free. So, surprise again. Hello. What's up? Thank you. Okay, so the options here are you serious? You burst into laughter. You're so sweet. You don't have to do that. You remained wordlessly staring. Oh, I did already save. That's good. I'm glad you're good. And thank you for stopping by. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I can read. It made sense now, but he really did get you. Before, you never thought that Cove would treat you to his other suggestions. Composing yourself, you noticed that Cove was shyly looking past your shoulder. No, I play this game on Monday, and then on Wednesday, right now, it's Long Live the Queen. On Thursday, I'm trying out Potion Craft, and then I usually do like demos and stuff on Friday, which I'm currently playing through the demo of Keyframes. Okay, blah blah blah. Back. Oh, no. Thank you. So Cove, reading Cove. Do you like what I got you? Cove nudged the president's hand towards you, hoping that you'd take it. Until now, you hadn't completely registered it. It was a carefully chosen candle. No, I have not played that one yet. Or, I don't have it. Sorry. I do like it, thank you. I love it, you're so thoughtful. Well, you're definitely full of surprises all of a sudden. You're doing so much, I feel a little bad. Shoot. No. I currently, am playing more, visual novel / point and click type games currently, because it's what I think I like these types of games, but also I think it's more in line of what my laptop itself can handle with recording and streaming. We're gonna say I do like it, thank you. Cole relaxed at that. He smiled warmly and accepted the gift. My favorite game, I guess, if I could choose like any game that I've played, it's probably like maybe Kingdom Hearts. I enjoy that. I haven't played it yet on stream, but I've played it. I've played the Kingdom Hearts games, and I do eventually plan on replaying them on here, just not yet. Big Kingdom Hearts fan here. I'm glad. Are you gonna accept the other part too? Yeah, let's go to the aquarium room. It'll be fun. Elated Cove bounced a bit on the toes of his feet. You could feel the happiness radiating off of him in waves. I mean, I do have a front desk type job, and I am slowly learning guitar. And I write. I call myself an aspiring screenwriter. The character I'm playing as is actually one of my characters from a story I'm working on. I forgot to put that there. It works. Yeah. Focus. Thank you. Okay. Thanks for coming. I'll be in the car. You can go get ready. All right. You sped back inside and spotted your family still sitting around the table. They all turned and smiled at you. So, what's the plan for today? I'm going to the aquarium at Cove. That sounds so fun. Ma's smile beamed. Your gaze slid over to Liz as she also looked happy for you.
Have fun.
I hope you have a great time. I'm from the U.S. It's the easiest way to say it. I do live within the U.S. I guess how's Florida? I don't live there. It didn't take you long to get ready and dash out the front door. Hobbies, I guess, are just like, I mean, you can count playing games and watching TV, there's those. But then, like I mentioned, writing, and I'm attempting to learn guitar. I do draw sometimes, like the character on screen now, I drew. And actually, I did the whole background there. So the stars I made, the little galaxy-like background, I did that. So yeah, I do art sometimes. Yeah. Cove was waiting for you as promised, and you both set out for day 2 of his surprise outings. And this time, it was actually a surprise. You settled in fully for the trip out to the aquarium in the city. It would be a bit of a drive, but you didn't mind. You made an attempt to start a conversation. It's kind of funny we've never done this before now. Why haven't we? Probably because I never thought about going to the aquarium with anyone before this. Wait, seriously? You've never gone to the aquarium? Oh, that's cool. Have you been drawing a long time? Wait, seriously? You've never gone to the aquarium before? Ever? Yeah, that's right. Never. And not just a specific one either. I haven't been to an aquarium, period. Wow. This might be brand new for Cove, but you've been to this aquarium before. That made 2 of you. You hadn't been to the aquarium either. Sure, let's say we haven't gone to the aquarium. Haha, saving a car. Oh, I'm sorry. No thank you, but you can tell me a bit about it if you want, but, I won't really look at it, sorry. Your family had other priorities for their rare trips out to the city. Cool. It didn't seem like a big deal that you hadn't gone to the aquarium, but it still felt weird that Cove hadn't gone to the trouble before. Can I ask why not? I figured you'd have begged to go. Cove tapped his fingers against the steering wheel, his face scrunching in contemplation. Oh, thank you. When I was growing up, my dad did try to take me. I'd never been before because I was so little. I said no. Whenever he tried to talk about it, I'd tell my dad I'd rather go to the actual beach on my own. Or he could at least take me to the fish part of the pet store, but not the aquarium. Eventually he didn't ask about it anymore. He must have figured I had something against it. When he stopped mentioning the aquarium, I stopped thinking about it. It just never came back to my mind. His expression shifted to one of bemused confusion. The thing is, I don't know what I had against it, if I did have a problem. Maybe I didn't like the idea of seeing water I wasn't allowed to go in, or meet fish I could never bring home. That sounds like the kind of thing little me might have gotten upset over. Maybe I just wasn't okay with doing a new kind of trip. it'd be to someplace new, and with only my dad, Mom wouldn't be there either anymore.
I guess.
I guess that might have made it seem not worth doing right off the bat. That's 8-year-old me for you. Cove shook his head with a pained smile. Then his tone dropped to a distant whisper. It was only when thinking about stuff I could do with you that I finally remembered I could go to an aquarium. Oh. He pulled his mouth into a bent smile and straightened his shoulders, but he didn't want to bring down the mood. Oh, whoa. Ah. Might have to lower those sounds later. They spook me. They spook. It all worked out in the end because I got to really surprise you with the news, huh? Yeah, you totally got me there. You're adorable. I hope it'll be worth it now. I'm excited we'll be going there for the first time together. Thank you for thinking of me. You nodded quietly, though you couldn't see it while driving. Yeah, you totally got me there. It was a long game if I've ever seen one. The conversation continued on with idle chatter about what you'd do when you got there. Then the larger angular building, decorated with ocean-themed cutouts, came into view. You'd arrived at your destination. You hopped out of the car and headed over to the imposingly large guest entranceway. Cope's head swiveled around to let his curious eyes take in every view, and you weren't even inside yet. You could see the realization of what he'd been missing out on dawn on him in real time. Cope bounced on the balls of his feet as the two of you stood in line to get tickets. His excitement continued to build. When you were finally face to face with the tanks, you could hear Cove quietly gasp from your side. He briskly took some large strides to get further into the room and to get closer to the glass barrier. There, he stood still. After taking a moment for himself, he looked around to look at you. Cove was outright vibrating with excitement. His mouth opened in a large smile, but all that came out was tiny, squeaking giggles. It bubbled over into full-on giddy laughter before he was able to speak in earnest. Each word was full of joy. It's amazing. I love it here. I love it too. Of course you do. You had to laugh at his obvious conclusion. I'm really glad. This is going to be a tiring day, but it's good. You shook your head in amusement. Well, he's glad. Ty's glad that he's loves it here. Yep, that's the word I'm looking for. He cheered back without hesitation. Yeah, the aquarium is great. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry. I don't know what that was. I was like, ooh. I'm going so far over. I still have 2 more days to do. Goodness. Okay. Gotta lock in and focus. The two of you wasted no time before rushing around the place. You went every which way across the aquarium. Cove was enthralled by each new sight, his eyes alight like a kid in a candy store. and a perpetual smile made its home on his face. No metaphorical stone was left unturned. He viewed all the tanks from his tallest of heights on his tippy toes, as well as crouching as low to the floor as he could manage. Your exuberance was just as bright as his, buoyed further by how happy you were that he found such happiness. He beamed. After making an entire trip through the whole building, you and Cove finally slowed the pace down. You arrived back at the original viewing room. It was a good spot for a break. Cove stood quietly near the tank in almost the same spot as he had when you first took in the view. Somehow, that moment already felt like a long time ago. You weren't sure if he was feeling the same way. Cove simply watched the watery world inside with open fondness. He wouldn't get tired of that view ever. You were certain of that. You walked up to stand by him, taking in the same otherworldly experience of having a sea right in front of you. Suddenly, Cove swallowed hard. Your head tilted. He wasn't looking at you. His eyes were glued to the vast ocean view in front of him. But his bright red face reflected clearly in the floor-to-ceiling glass pane separating aquarium goers from the water. You couldn't understand. Nothing had happened. Then realization came. This was Cove. He was flustered because he was thinking about doing something. He always got that way when he was mentally building himself up. You nodded to yourself and elected to keep your lips zipped. You wanted to give him a chance to do whatever it was that he had cooking. So there's a lot of fish in here, huh? Yep. His mouth clamped shut after those vague, stuttered words. You could feel the tension growing. After a breathless pause, he spoke again. You know, if you were a fish, you'd be an angelfish because you're an angel. Oh. Cove is so precious. Rest his forehead against the glass with his eyes wide and gazed down as he fervently refused to even peek at what reaction you might be giving. He was blushing wildly, feeling unparalleled embarrassment over the line he just dropped. You smiled adoringly while watching him. You burst into laughter. You covered your face with your hands bashfully. You stood still, stunned. Ty gets shy. I think Ty's, yep. Stood still, stunned. Covered your face with your hands bashfully. Stood still, stunned. I think I'm gonna have to go with the bashful one because I think, well, I'm so great at words. Hang on. We're flipping a coin. Okay. You thought it might be good that it was something of a rare occasion for Cove to be that direct. It was a lot for you. You had plenty of fish name knowledge up your sleeve to use for this too. You're an angelfish too. You had no words. How much do we think Ty knows about fish? This is plenty. If this is Ryan, no hesitation. This is Ryan's ballpark. Ryan would have smiled adoringly and then pulled out a line of his own because it's Ryan. Because it's Ryan. Oh my gosh. I have to see where this goes. Hang on. Well, okay, wait. Coin, do we think It would make sense. No, we said that Ty likes to. Okay, and back in step 1, we did mention he likes to watch fish. But does he know the names of fish? I mean, he might. What do you think, Coin? Does Ty know the name of fishes? Yes. Okay. We'll see. Well, if you were a fish, you'd be a. Ah, leave it. Oh my gosh. Oops. Oof. Okay. Worry about that later. That is not my problem right now. Anyways, diamond tetra, because you're a treasure. Clownfish. Silver dollar, specifically 20 silver dollars. You know why. Surprise guppy, because you're my adorable ray of sunshine. Teardrop butterfly fish, because you cry a lot. Well, I guess we'll say this one. Let's say this one. We'll say this one. Alright, I gotta save the sunrise guppy for Ryan. Oh my gosh. Now I want to play as Ryan. Oh my gosh. The possibilities. The possibilities. Okay, wait. Oh, play. Oh. I'm getting shy. I'm getting shy. I'm getting shy. He continued to speak after his initial exclamation, but it was muddled. It was so muddled you weren't sure what it was. Caleb had completely lost control of the conversation that he started, and he did not know what to do about that. Okay, wait. I gotta check something now. Just give me 2 seconds. Gotta check something. Gotta check something. If we had no words. Okay, I'm just curious. Just curious. Anyways, we will go back to. We're going back. You completely lost control of the conversation. No, Kofi completely lost control of the conversation that he started. He did not know what to do about that. Ultimately, he settled for turning his burning face away from you even more, as well as covering a cheek with a hand for good measure, leaving him speechless. Had you feeling rather pleased. After that, Cove wanted to go around the aquarium again. He hoped to let it all sink in a little more leisurely, at a more leisurely pace while you were here. Plus, he desperately wanted more time to settle down after his latest big attempt at flirting. The two of you began your second loop down the paths. It took no time at all to become absorbed in the incredible sea life once more. There wasn't nearly enough time in a single day to satisfy Cove's desire to exist inside the aquarium, but the day did have to end eventually. Despite obviously wanting to linger longer, Cove left the building with a skip in his step. It had been a good trip. The two of you shut the doors of Cove's car behind you as you took your usual seats. The clicking of seatbelts punctuated the end of the adventure. I would absolutely do that again. No kidding? Cove chuckled as he pulled the car out of the parking spot, spirits still as high as ever. The car ride home went by too fast. You and Cove were in good spirits and spent the ride chatting and laughing, bouncing around various topics. But you didn't ask the question that sat all day in the back of your mind. Why was Cove doing all this in the first place? Again, you both parted ways for the night in the neighborhood street. You watched Cove head inside with a quick wave. You were halfway to your own house when a familiar voice called out to you. Turning on your heels, you spotted Mr. Holden. He lightly jogged over to talk to you.
Hey!
How are you? I'm good. Great. I was just getting home from work. what are you up to? Or rather, what were you up to today? Me and Cove went to the aquarium. You did, huh? Sounds fun. It was fun. And it was also a surprise. Which is weird, since usually me and Cove are not hanging out. Which is weird, since usually me and Cove not hanging out would be what sounds surprising. Crossing your arms, you gave a quick laugh. Mr. Holden frowned. He rubbed the back of his neck and studied you for several silent moments. Right, so, Tyrone, what's going on there? Something is going on, isn't it? Huh? Wait, what makes you ask? There's not a problem, right?
So,
I'll answer your question if you answer mine. Deal? You rolled a pebble under your shoe. Mr. Holden was probably the only person who could give you any solid insight to what Cove was doing. Alright, deal. What's the story? The truth is, Cove's been doing a lot for me lately. Way more than usual. For 2 days in a row now, he's planned special outings and gifts too. I don't know why. Cove's father nodded contemplatively. He accepted the situation easily. That actually makes a lot of sense considering... Wait. Hey, is this some secret you shouldn't be sharing? Considering what? You waited for him to continue. I think it might cross his mind late. I think if this was Miles, he would be like, wait, is this something you're not supposed to tell me? But we're not playing as Miles. There was no reason to interrupt him until you had his answers. There was a pause. He was unsure of what to say next, or how to phrase it at least. Honestly, I've been the littlest bit worried about Cove lately. He's gotten really up in his head about something. But it's not exactly a bad thing. It's tough to know how to even bring it up. I'm not sure if I should try to have a talk about it. The longer he spoke, the wider your eyes grew with concern. There was more happening than a few meaningless hangouts. It's okay. He raised his hands in a calming motion when he noticed your reaction. Let me explain. I noticed Cove's been getting lost in thought more often recently. And he sometimes has his laptop out in the living room. He leaves it laying around on the couch or puts it on the coffee table. I have a clear view of it from there. And I can obviously see him looking stuff up on it. Cove keeps searching one phrase, and different wordings of it too. Then he'll spend ages clicking through the linked results. The line is, how do you make someone happy? Just that, again and again. You had to consciously close your mouth after that. You didn't know what to even say after hearing that revelation. Mr. Holden gently beamed. Isn't he such a good kid? He continued, but his tone was rueful. Unfortunately, I can't relate all too well to that conundrum. Who am I to judge, right? Mr. Holden shrugged in an exaggerated way to lighten the mood back up. Before, I was thinking Cove might have got into a fight with somebody. Now it sounds like I was way off the mark. Cove clearly has other plans on the brain. I'm even more confused on whether this is something I should get into or not. You know, actually, I was wondering if you could have a little chat with him about what's going on. It sounds like you're at the core of Cove's sudden study sessions, so he might feel more at ease talking about it, or more embarrassed, but he'd probably still do it. I would really appreciate it. Your gaze trailed over to the Holden residence. Mr. Holden made a very good point, you had to admit. I'll do it.
Good kid.
Ty is a good kid. Thanks. You're also a really good kid. You shook your head with a smile and started walking towards where Cove went. After a few steps, you realized that Mr. Holden wasn't following. You glanced back at him. I'm gonna hang out here for a bit. Make sure you have some space to talk without a parent in the way. The door's probably unlocked, so go right in. Okay. But you hesitated for a moment. Mr. Holden's smile faded. Thanks for talking with me. This has been on my mind too, and I think it'll be good to ask Cove if everything's okay.
Absolutely.
Agreed. It'll all shake out right in the end, I'm sure. Mr. Holden grew much happier than he was a moment ago. Feeling ready, you turned right around and went into the house. Hey, Cole was sitting on the couch with his aforementioned laptop open. He peeked at you with a puzzled look, and then it melted into a smile. I thought you were my dad. Did you forget something? No. You shook your head. I hope you're not too disappointed it's me instead of your dad. Your father and we were actually just talking a minute ago. What are you doing on your laptop? I think Ty's gonna enter with a joke because it's Ty we're talking about. It's Ty we're talking about. As your teasing words sank in, you watched a smirk grow across his face. He crossed your arms and grinned.
No way.
Why are you here? Cautiously, you asked Cove about his searching. Lightheartedly, you asked Cove about his searching. Bluntly, you asked Cove about his searching. Cautious, lighthearted. Cautious, lighthearted. Let's go with Mario to New Horizons. Pokemania's got our hearts and all there is to it. Sorry. Okay, I guess we'll go lighthearted. Can we talk? Nothing awful, it's just a thing. Okay. Cove closed his laptop and laid it on the couch cushion next to him. He got up, shuffled past the coffee table, and stopped right in front of you. Is everything alright? Yeah, just, what's going on, Cove? I was talking to your dad, and he's been noticing some stuff. Apparently you've been obsessively looking up how to make someone happy. Is there a reason for that? You noticed that? Are you mad? No, I guess I was really distracted. I didn't think people around would actually be paying attention or taking notes of things. He chuckled awkwardly at himself. Cove, will you tell me why you felt like doing that so much?
Ty.
Cove looked at you with large, earnest eyes. I did it because I want you to be happy. I want you to be happy too. You don't have to do something big. You don't have to do some big, expensive surprise for that. You can just be yourself. You already make me happy. That's it? That's seriously it? You're killing me, Cole Holden. Stunned, your eyes started tearing up. You didn't know how to react. This is like the ballpark of Miles and Orion. I'm not sure if it's both of them yet, but they're both leaning towards this one for sure. Though Orion might be yeah. I think Miles would start tearing up. What? When you make fun of your own characters, it's okay. I'm not making fun of everyone who chooses that option. It's just my characters because I can do that because I know them. And like, it's layered. There's this like, I'm making fun of them more in my head than I say out loud. So it's I realize that sometimes it's just like not explained as well. Oh. Oh, there it is. Plugging in a charger, sorry. Anywho, shoot, wait. When you see the options again and you're like, which one did I do? Okay, 1 second. What do you think, Coin? Which one did I do? Okay. Thank you, Coin. Thank you for your input. Ghost started out another laugh, and the tension in his shoulders eased. Thank you for thinking that? For telling me? I don't know. He was completely frazzled on what to say. His rambling put a grin on your face. His gaze fell to the floor, and he defaulted to rubbing at his arm.
Sorry.
I wasn't trying to make you or Dad concerned. I didn't want to upset anyone. Sorry. Don't worry, no one's upset. Cove took a deep breath. You could see his expression lighten, but he still was lost in thought. Let me just start doing all of this now of all times.
I don't know.
With a deep frown, Cove looked back at you and repeated the phrase. Each time the inflection was different, like he intended to say something different, but was coming up with the same non-reply. I don't know anything. Ran a hand through his hair, trying to understand his own motivations. I guess maybe with everything that's been happening, everything that's coming soon, it just kind of hit me that we're neighbors. A quick snort of air came out of your nose from his conclusion. Yeah? I mean, you've lived right across the street from me for 10 years. The only other kid who grew up in this whole neighborhood is your older sister. I think I missed a word. Who grew up in this whole neighborhood. I feel like I missed the "in" or something. I don't know. Wait. Yeah, okay. His weak smile bent. And then there's our parents. They sure were putting in the effort for the two of us to get to know each other. My dad literally paid you to be my friend. Attempted to. Cove shook his head with a laugh. His gaze was far away as he nostalgically reflected on the history you had. Basically, everything in our lives was set up for us to be together. It was always effortless. And why not? It practically went without saying that we'd be around each other, but it won't be like that forever. Our parents can always be there to arrange things. We can't live in the little world of the street forever. Do I even know how to make it work when I don't have every advantage possible? I've made you happy in the past, but could I keep doing it? What even is it that I do that makes you happy? Ghost started to run a hand through his hair again, but he stopped partway through and looked at you earnestly. It was like breathing. When you're just going through life, you do what you're doing without even thinking. And then something reminds you that you're breathing, and you become way more conscious of it. Yeah, now I'm conscious of my breathing. Sorry. I interrupted the scene because he made me conscious about my breathing. Hang up. Hold up. Oh my gosh, I can words. Being with you is the same. I do what I normally do without pondering deeply on it. But now all this stuff made me start thinking about it. Then I couldn't stop thinking about it. I felt like I needed to try harder, to make an effort. For you, for the relationship we had. I had to, and well, that's what I did. Joe scratched the back of his neck. He looked sheepish now. It seemed like such a good idea in my head. It made complete sense, but maybe it was dumb. You punched his arm affectionately. You threw your arms around him in a hug. You started crying. You laughed. I'm sorry, my characters are very huggy characters. I'm like, makes you almost want to choose something different, but I'm also like, but they love giving hugs. love. I don't know. Their knee-jerk reaction is to give hugs. I'm pretty sure. Though Miles might start crying, or Ryan. They're more emotional. No, I don't know how to say it. Yeah. Anyways. Crashing into Cove, you wrapped your arms tightly around him and buried your face into his neck. Nearly knocked the air out of his lungs moving so fast, but Cove soon recovered and held you back. Stepping back, he took a deep breath. Cove shifted how he was standing and watched you bashfully. Cove, you will always make me happy. You don't have to worry about any of that. You're so precious. Cove is so precious. Oh, hey, this green is kind of like the green of his hair. Huh? I never noticed that. You're a big moron. You know it's okay to tell me when you're feeling like this, right? Okay, these are got some good options here. I'm gonna be real. Paisley might say something like this, but like, yeah, she just might say something like that. She doesn't mean anything bad by it, but she kind of, her love language is a little bit mean words. Leaning towards option 1, 2, and what's that, 5? Yeah, okay, we'll go option 5. You watched him with bleeding eyes. You didn't want him to keep things like this to himself. He nodded carefully. I'm glad I'm here for you. Cove, we're best friends. Even if us meeting is thanks to circumstances out of our control, that doesn't matter. I'm so far over. We're close because of who we really are. We found something in each other that made us want to be together. Nothing can take that away. There was a pause where neither of you were certain who was going to speak next. Cove sniffled.
Wow.
Thank you. Thanks for looking out for me, even when I didn't even notice I was doing something worth checking in on. You're amazing. Oops, I forgot I could save. Okay. You're welcome. Someone has to do it. It's no problem. You nodded. We're gonna try this one first. Cove narrowed his eyes to appear annoyed, but there was no amount of pretending that was going to extinguish the happy look on his face. Your mouth curled into a smirk. Cove chuckled. Now that everything was out in the open, his words were lighter. I gotta thank my dad, too. I can always count on him to be around. I have such good people in my life. He smiled softly. Cove withdrew a bit, looking shy. Can I still show up tomorrow and invite you on the last surprise outing? That'd be just fine. I'm looking forward to it. You knew that you were smiling like an idiot, but honestly you didn't mind too much. Spending time with Cove was the easiest thing to you. And the feeling was mutual. Cove watched you with earnest eyes. He simply wanted to spend time having fun with you. I can't wait. Alright, you should probably go home, huh? It's getting late and you'll need your rest. He looked at you, attempting to feign an innocent expression.
I mean,
what if something just happens to happen tomorrow? You laughed as Cove grinned, acknowledging his poor attempt at subterfuge. Good night, Ty. Night, Cove. You rest up too. You headed to the front door waving as Cove saw you out. When you walked out into the street, you noticed that Mr. Holden was still standing out there. He looked up at the sound of the door closing behind you, his phone in hand, and smiled as he sized up the situation.
oh?
You were in there a while. I hope that's good news. Everything is fantastic. I got it all taken care of. Sorry for keeping you out here so long. Were you really gonna stand out here in the dark until I left? Thanks for letting me know about this. It's all better now. Oh, bro. I don't know, man. Sorry for being out here so long. He waved it off. I didn't mind giving you guys a wide berth. We had no clue how sensitive the issue was. I wasn't about risking messing it up by poking around where I wasn't needed. Besides, I was chatting with Gregorio, Derek's dad, my very professional business partner, about very professional business things. It's fine. Okay, it all worked out, so that's good. Great, glad to hear it. Everything truly resolved. You exchanged goodnight wishes with Mr. Holden before continuing the very brief trip home. Not wishing to disturb anyone, you quietly snuck inside and gently pushed the door closed behind you. As it clicked into place with the minimum of fuss, you let out a sigh. Your mind buzzed as you climbed the steps up to your room. Cove had done so much just to make you happy. You knew he'd be back tomorrow with another big surprise. You were determined to fully appreciate his effort. Oh my gosh. That's so slow. You wanted to prepare a gift to surprise him with, too. Your resolve was enough was enough. You were going to change the plans and make him surprised. You resolved enough was enough. You were going to thank him with a gift and surprise him with a change of plans. We're going to prepare a gift to surprise him. Cove bought you 2 gifts already, and odds are a third was coming. It was time to turn the tables and have something ready to give him. At this hour, that was easier said than done. Most stores were long closed, and Cove would be here bright and early to surprise you tomorrow morning. That ruled out purchasing a gift the way he'd done for you. Luckily, you'd known Cove long enough to see a solution to this problem. Your neighbor was always a happy boy when he was getting food. You were sure you could rustle something fitting that description out of the kitchen one way or another. Feeling invigorated, you spun around and sped back downstairs. It was time to put your plan into action. You were a great chef. You could make something he loved. And that's Miles. You were a decent cook. You could make something he loved. You could manage cooking, mostly. You could figure out how to make it something he loved. You struggled with cooking. You'd have to find some way to make something he loved. You were a disaster in the kitchen. You weren't sure how you'd manage making something he loved. You were going to find something he loved that didn't need preparation. Decent cook, manage cooking. Decent cook, manage cooking. Decent. All right, thank you, coin. We gotta speed this along. I am so behind. You sized up your options with an early start. With an early start, you'd be able to pull together something simple in the morning. If you wanted to go for something more elaborate and time-consuming, you need to do it right away. There was also the option of rallying the troops. Your moms knew how to cook wonderfully. You could easily persuade them to give you a hand with this. Sorry, sometimes I get subconscious about which option I actually selected. Okay. Oh, that's a tough decision. That's a tough one. Do we want to do this alone or do we want our moms to help? It's a little embarrassing to have their help though. Like, I think Ty... I'm gonna do the coin to... See, I'm like 4 hours in. Okay, I gotta hurry this up. But I heard a sound and then there was nothing here. I don't know. The coin flip doesn't have a sound, does it? Well, anyways, the coin said that he should do it alone. We'll do it alone. It was for the best. You chose to bake cinnamon rolls. You were gonna make banana, peanut butter, and honey sandwiches. You'd make him homemade fudge. That sounds really hard. Since we're not getting help with that, we won't do that. We're gonna make the cinnamon rolls. Even as a grumpy little boy who had just moved in, cinnamon sugar and frosting had brought a smile to his face. He was going to light up with childlike glee when he saw what you had planned. There was no time like the present. You found a suitable recipe and started pulling ingredients out, ready to be measured. The second option, the sandwich one, I think that's the kind of sandwich you made when, wait, was it? When he came over back in step 2? Once you had everything you needed lined up and ready for attention, you began working through the steps. You made the dough quickly, knowing how it would need time to rise before it would be ready to roll out and let you continue the recipe. You strapped the dough into a bowl with cling film, hoping that the yeast would do its job. You needn't have worried. An hour later, the dough had doubled in size, just as promised. You continued with the recipe, rolling out the dough, layering it with cinnamon sugar, filling with the cinnamon sugar filling that Cove had loved, and readied the rolls for the oven. Sorry, 1 second. This is okay, that was important to me. You continued with the recipe, rolling out the dough, layering it with the cinnamon sugar filling that Cove had so loved, and readied the rolls for the oven. Soon the kitchen was full of sweet smells as heat joined the ingredients into one. As you waited for the timer, your mind continuously drifted back to younger days. You recalled the chatter of tourists and seagulls on the busy shopping street that had felt so vast when you were a child. Okay, I'm gonna relax a little bit. Eventually, a beeping brought you back to the present. The rolls luckily came out, fluffy and golden, naked without their white frosting coats. You'd whipped that up while they were baking, but you had to fight the urge to ice them right away. Until they cooled, any frosting you put on them would melt right away. Once you were satisfied that they'd cooled down, you topped them with a sufficiently thick layer of frosting. You dusted off your hands, satisfied with the job well done. With your mission accomplished, you headed back to your room. You took the steps lightly, feeling buoyed as you imagined how happy Cove would be with your unexpected gift. Cove was working so hard to make you happy. You dearly wanted your friend to be happy too. You'd only hope your efforts would work as well for him as his plans were working for you. You were up early the next day, ready and waiting for Cove's inevitable appearance. Your ears perked, listening for the doorbell, but instead what you heard was a familiar rapping on the window pane. There was no need to look to know who that was. Only one visitor used your window as his personal entranceway. Getting up, you headed over to let him in. You gazed into your neighbor's face as you unfastened the window, opening it wide. He smiled at you, still crouched on the window ledge. Hi. I'm glad you're here. Surprise? Surprise! Tired of using the front door already? You waited for him to say something. Not a joke, tired of using the front door already. Cove's laugh was as airy as the cotton candy sold on the boardwalk. He was in good spirits. Surprise! I'm really keeping you on your toes. What will I do next? He wrinkled his eyebrows at the joke as he stepped back to let him enter the room. Today he clambered through with extra difficulty thanks to the object he was clutching securely. You guessed it was another gift. You really didn't need to bring me anything else. So, what did you bring this time? Thank you. You waited for him to bring it up. You waited for him to bring it up. Sure, he'd know that you'd seen it, and had probably reached your own conclusions, but he'd worked hard on his surprises. He wanted to play along. Cove smiled sheepishly as he held out the present to you. With a bit of flair, Cove cleaned together 2 mugs, like he was giving a toast. Both cups were stamped with the Sunset Bird Town symbol. One for you and one for me. I thought it'd be pretty fitting with us sticking it out here for a while longer. His eyes were trained on you, searching for your emotion on it. I hope you like it. You hugged him. You felt tears welling in your eyes. You shook your head affectionately. You simply smiled at him. Joe simply smiled. Cove smiled back, cheered by your response. Thank you. I definitely like it. This means a lot to me. You're so cute. I can't believe you. You were lost for words. We'll say... I'll say this means a lot to me. He chuckled self-consciously as he gave a long look to the meaningful gift he had selected. It was as if it was growing heavier in his hands. I really do support your goals. I just want you to know that. Yeah, I know. And you accepted the thoughtful present in your own grasp. Only once he transferred ownership and cemented it with your approval did Cove straighten up and pull himself together.
Well...
Okay, well, would it be alright for me to take you out today? We could go ice skating? He smirked, already anticipating that you'd say yes. Of course. I'd go anywhere with you. Only as long as it'll make you happy too. Alright, but you're lucky I've got time for you in my busy schedule. You nodded quietly. See, when you gotta do a joke, you gotta make sure that you save first, just in case the joke goes poorly. His expression brightened further. That was exactly what he had hoped for.
Thanks.
You were glad to see how happy your acceptance had made him. But before Cove could whisk you away on another big outing, you made your own move. Your surprise would be better now than when you got back late at night. Actually, before we go, I got something for you too.
What?
It was amazing at how surprised he was. Cove had spent 3 days raining gifts and special trips on you, but he hadn't at all counted on you doing the same in return. What is it? Stay here for a second and I'll show you. Okay. Sorry, that okay was a little echoing. You watched expectantly as you turned around. He watched you expectantly as you turned around to head downstairs. You reached where the Cinnamons were waiting and collected the prize. You flipped back around to your room, gift in hand. There was a smile playing out across your face. Cove was patiently waiting where you'd left him, tapping his fingers against the sides of his pants. Surprise! Here it is. Hope you're hungry. I hope it's enough for a growing boy like you. It's a thank you gift for everything. You let the present do the talking. He's gonna say surprise because Cove's been saying surprise. But I think Ty would also be like, Ty would keep the ball rolling. Surprise, surprise, surprise. He looked curiously, barely believing that you'd gone to the effort to select a present for him at such short notice. He handed the gift over for his introspection. His eyes widened as he saw the treat. I whipped this up just for you. Oh. He blinked, the present totally taking him by surprise, but his eyes were lit with glee. You made me cinnamon rolls? I love them, though I don't get them a lot. Sounds... Oh. No? Okay, I don't know. Sorry. They're not the kind of thing we normally have around. He glanced up at you shyly. I can't believe you still remembered. It's amazing. You chuckled, recalling those moments long ago that you spent together. How could you not remember days with a guy like him? The sentimental air was quickly dispersed as he scooped up a cinnamon bun and gracelessly squished half of it into his mouth. Do you like it? I could take a guess, but it'd be nice to know for sure. Cove kept chewing, gesturing apologetically to his occupied mouth. Finally, after what felt like an age, he swallowed. It's so good. The best one I've ever had. Cove wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, now a little calmer after the initial burst of excitement. His feelings instead settled into an easy, warm affection.
It's nice.
Thank you for this. It's so nice of you. You're welcome. And just do me a favor. Don't eat so fast that you choke. I'm glad you like it. Glad you like it. You blushed from his praise. His features softened and you felt like you were being thoroughly appreciated. The food you gave was also getting its due attention. He'd already gone in for a second serving. You couldn't blame his indulgence. That said, the amount you'd given him was enough for several servings, far more than even Cove could usually finish at once. You made sure of it. But as you continued to devour it, you were starting to suspect that polishing it all off was the goal. In spite of the generous portion, he was willing to try and eat it all in order to show you how much he liked the present. You're gonna make yourself sick. It's okay to save some for later, I don't mind. Maybe this was a bad idea after all, he joked. He laughed at his attempt to prove himself. The way that I don't know where I am because I just be saving. Okay. You could tell that he wanted to show how taken he was with the gift, but you'd not presented it to him as a challenge to be overcome. Cove finished his current bite and let out a satisfied sigh.
All right.
I'll stop for now. There's other stuff to do. I can have more later. You smiled at him, relieved that your gift could be enjoyed and not inhaled. You clapped your hands, signaling that your diversion had come to an end. All right, now we can head off for your surprise too. Cove laughed. Yours is a better surprise for sure. It was a real one, but yeah. He grinned broadly, as if the exchange had fired him up even further. I'm definitely gonna take you out now. Cove offered you his hand. You welcomed it. You shook your head, not needing it now. You took his hand in yours, palm to palm. Cove squeezed your hand before heading out the door, guiding you along. Hand in hand, you wove down the stairs together, out of the house and into the neighborhood. Cove's car was parked nearby. He unlocked it, allowing you to reach your regular spot in the passenger seat. Cove paused to put what remained of his present safely away before hopping into the driver's seat. I can read. He set off, beginning your trip to the third and final activity of Cove's grand happiness plan. Now that you were sitting down for the drive, it felt like a good moment to regain your bearings. You shrugged your pack onto your lap and began thumping through things to make sure that in your hurry to leave you hadn't forgotten anything important. You were dressed more warmly to hopefully be prepared for the trip. You were dressed normally but packed some extra layers just in case. You were dressed normally but didn't bring any extra layers. Okay, I gotta think about this. Ty really likes dressing up in clothes, so would he wear a good warm outfit, or would he wear a normal outfit, less warm outfit, and then bring some extra layers? Okay, wait. I'll flip a coin. Okay, top option. Okay, he's dressed warmly. Or, wait. I don't know. Wait, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna flip a coin again. Yeah, okay, anyway. Because I don't know. I feel like I think he'd bring extra. So I think he dresses already a little bit like what some might consider on the warmer side, but I don't think he dresses like warm, just like it looks a little warm sometimes. With the jacket stuffed in there, your bag had taken on a lopsided sort of bulk, awkward to carry around. Zipped it closed again, and Cove began to speak, raising his voice to be heard over the ambient noise of the car ride. Or should I let him be dressed warm?
So...
Ice skating. This is gonna be crazy. Having fun with water that's frozen? Unheard of. He chuckled at his own joke. You shook your head at him, though you couldn't help grinning at his silly comment. Who knows? Maybe in colder places, it's the opposite that's weird. As you looked at him, you caught a glimpse of the back seat. It was empty, which wouldn't be strange any other day. You didn't bring a jacket? Okay, hang on a second. I get so unsure about the decisions. Hang on, give me a second. Come on, saving this one. Let me just see something real quick. I'm skimming it.
So...
Well, okay, it's fine. Well, yeah, it's fine. 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 We'll just have the jacket in the. I think he likes wearing jackets though. He's probably already wearing a jacket, to be honest. He just brought an extra one just in case. That's what I feel like. The thing is, I feel like he probably brought a lighter jacket and then has another jacket in case it's actually like really cold. Nope. You know I hate extra layers, and there aren't any parents around to force me to do it now. Yeah, your parents can't tell you what to do. You're a big boy. You scolded him for not preparing for what you were doing. You're probably gonna regret that once we get there. I like that you don't wear a lot of layers too. You simply shook your head. Yeah, your parents can't tell you what to do. Gov gave you a brief glance, smiling. Thanks for understanding. Yeah. Ty's not one to judge. He's just like, okay, that's your decision. We'll see. But I think he's also like, you know, he likes to go along with, like, follow along with what was said and joke and have a good time. He's not trying to make anyone ever feel like they're not having a good time. You laid your arm against the window, the scenery outside passing by in a blur until you finally arrived at the ice skating rink. The two of you grabbed your things out of the car. A wave of heat so thick you felt like you were swimming in it hit you as soon as you set foot out on the sun-hot asphalt of the parking lot. Yeah, he would have brought it along and not worn it because it's hot. Kofon stepped with you, dragging the back of his arm across his face. You and Kov exchanged looks. Well, here we are. He tilted his smile. His tilted smile seemed to say. The skating rink was a large building of glass and concrete, with its name plastered in simple white letters above its entrance. The nondescript flat rooftop style architecture reminded you a bit of the local mall. You went in. As the door slid shut behind you, you heard Kov sharp and take a breath. You glanced over at him, seeing the stunned look of his face, his lips drawn tight in a frown. It's really cold in here. You're equally amazed at how cold it was. Are you gonna be okay? Wow, you dork, of course it's cold. I guess you'll have to change your name from Cove to Cold. You made no comment. How are you gonna be okay? Cove bobbed his head up and down, wrapping his arms around himself. It's fine, I'm fine. We're still gonna have fun, don't worry about it. Gave you a smile that was probably meant to reassure you, but it wasn't very convincing when he was speaking through chattering teeth. How about you? How are you feeling? I'm feeling just fine. That's not too bad. Wish I'd brought even more layers. It's not too bad. There was no denying the building was chilly, but once you relaxed, it was bearable. He laughed breathily. That's good. Your neighbor shuddered dramatically, almost retracting his head in his shirt in his renewed effort to keep warm. You held on to him to keep him warm. You shrugged, tough luck for him. You took a step towards him and wrapped him in what you hoped would eventually become a warm embrace. For a second, his body went even more rigid, but he quickly relaxed and gave you a self-conscious smile.
Thank you.
I'm happy to. His shy chuckle shook through his abdomen. He felt on the side of your body right before he put his arm around your waist and pressed you closer, an unspoken sign that he had no problem with it. Like this, the two of you ambled over to the rental counter together, a slightly awkward process that had you unsure if you were going forward or sideways. The clerk ended up giving you two funny looks over the top of her glasses as you went through the process of paying for admission and finding skates in your shoe sizes. But through it all, Cove didn't shiver once. Eventually you had your skates. It was a particularly well-worn set. Still sturdy, but where it had once been blue, it was now faded. And where it had once been white, it was now closer to tan. It was some time and a low bench, you were both set up with the rented shoes and now stood by the opening to the rink. It was an oblong shape, surrounded by a paneled wall with rails. You were a little amused to see that there were others dressed in t-shirts and shorts, and you turned to Cove to point it out. The answering laugh that came sounded a little distracted.
Well,
Here we go. Tentatively, he took one step out onto the ice. There were a series of movements that were reminiscent of a jack in the box swinging back and forth on its spring. You thought you might laugh, but it died in your throat when, for one heart-lurching second, Cove's upper body tipped forward at a 90-degree angle. His hand shot out, slapping against the ledge, running along the plexiglass panels on the side of the rink. A relieved sigh left both him and you. I gotta stop for a second. I obviously can't read anymore. He was mumbling to himself as he craned his head back. He must have caught the alarm on your face because he gave you a smile as shaky as his footing. I'll make it work. I've been ice skating. I've been ice skating coin. No, okay. You'd never been ice skating before now, either. It was fun to see Co's first time trying it, but you'd done it before without him. You came forward to join him and you flew out on the ice easily. You did just fine. You were a little shaky, but you managed to catch yourself. You barely moved a foot before needing to grab the side. We're gonna go this one. I think he's been roller skating. He might even be able to know how to roller blade, mayhaps. Maybe. I don't know. This is Sabrina. Sabrina probably knows how to ice skate too, to be honest. Sabrina's very active, apparently. On wobbly legs, you somehow made your way over to Cove. He looked at you with an understanding smile. We'll both work on it? Yeah. It's kind of amazing. We're seriously ice skating right now. But this is what we decided to do. I should stop being surprised over everything. Let's skate. Right, let's do it. The two of you developed a cautious rhythm, drawing long, slow circles around the edge of the rink side by side. Neither of you were experts. In fact, it was hard to tell who was worse. There were no complaints from either party when the pace was kept slow, or even stopped entirely when one of you needed to grab onto the edge again. Despite how ungraceful a pair you were, it was fun. White puffs of air released from you and Cove as you laughed and cheered each other on for the smallest achievement. There were also still plenty of moments spent clinging onto each other for added warmth against the unrelenting chill of the space. The hour stood right past you, and just like that, it was suddenly time to call it a day. I just want to say, Ty would have offered his jacket. I'm so funny. After returning the borrowed skates, Cove and you ventured back out into the California air. Even though the sun was almost beyond the horizon, it was still palpably warmer than inside the rink. Cove rushed over to his car, his shivering hand clutched to yours. You let him pull you forward in his mad dash to the vehicle. The doors were open and closed, seats were taken, the engine switched on, and heat turned to the max. At that, Cove finally relaxed. Your foray into the freezing heat cold had ended, and nicely at that. On the return leg of the journey, you felt Cove lapse deep into a world of thought. Typically, even when conversation was exhausted, his eyes would flick to you occasionally, and you'd exchange smiles and other such gestures. This time his focus was split purely between the road and the recesses of his mind. But there was no sign of trouble on his features, so you were happy to let him mull over whatever he needed to in peace. The trip drifted by in a comfortable silence. Before long, you were back to the neighborhood. You each left through your respective sides, and Cove stepped around the vehicle to stand with you. Wordlessly, he gestured to your home. He was intending to take you there. Perhaps he felt the trip wasn't truly over until you were literally inside your house. You contentedly continued to go with Cove on his whims, and you went inside. Once under the light of your living room lamps, his eyes locked onto yours.
Thank you.
I know all this was a lot, but I really did have so much fun. He grinned in almost conspiratorial way. We really did it. This whole entire dumb plan of mine. I was happy it all became a reality. I hope you're happy too. Yes, I am. I've never been happier. All I want is for you to be happy. Well, I've felt worse, you've joked. You nodded seriously. The smile he wore was small, even restrained compared to some of the grins he flashed earlier. But it was imbued with a calm, comforting contentment. In this moment, he was as joyful as you'd ever seen him. His next words escaped in a whisper. No one makes me feel the way you do. But he moved the conversation along before you had a chance to react to that admission. It had to be intentional.
Ty.
Could I ask you to go along with one more surprise? His voice was gentle, even as he implored you for a little more. The question itself was a surprise. Another? You could hardly believe that there was even more hidden up his sleeve. Cove chuckled quietly, nodding his head ever so slightly. A new one. I think I don't want to go home already. Not yet. And going back to one of our usual spots sounds fantastic after all this new stuff we went through. I'm not ready to let you go yet either. But I've learned you've got a weird definition of surprise over these past few days. Coming from you, a request like that isn't a surprise at all. He smiled brightly back at him.
Yeah.
You're right, I'm bad at surprises. What a surprise. The two of you laughed together over the silliness of this entire mini adventure Cove had concocted. Thanks for saying yes anyway. You walked down your usual path side by side. You trodden this same path many times. By all rights, the novelty should have been long gone, but you found fulfillment in every step you took. You were sure you always would. With Cove supporting you along the way, whether he was near or far, it didn't matter in the end. He would always be there for you. With this plan of Cove's drawing to a close, you might have expected to feel a little wistful. It had been an exciting few days, but there was no need to yearn for what had gone. After all, you knew the two of you would always find new ways to bring a smile to the other's face. It's what you both did, and you were looking forward to new surprises already. I think it's gonna end. Hang on. I didn't save anymore during all that, so I just felt like I should save one more time. Alright, and there we have it. That took me longer than I usually stream, but it's fine. So yeah, there we have it. Next time we'll do the end of summer, and I can finally do my joke. I don't even remember what those are called, notification things. Looks like my summer vacation is over. That's the plan. That is the plan. So Monday we'll be back with more Our Life, where we'll be moving on to. Oh wait, I gotta say this. This is just the save file, huh? I have it. Okay. Nope. No, 12. I'll save it here too. Just because. Yeah, just because. Alright. There we have it. That was. Yep, so that was boating and happiness. We did it. We we did them. And I took a minute, but I got through them. I gotta come back and do these. Next time we'll get this picture, I'm sure. Monday for sure. So anyways, on Wednesday, we should be back with Long Live the Queen. Last week we didn't stream on Wednesday because I had to do stuff. Then on Thursday we will play some more Potion Craft, I think. I wonder what my cove is gonna look like for step 4, which we won't find out for a minute, but I hope he at least has glasses. You know, I heard that the only way to get him to have a tattoo was to manually do it. I don't know what he's gonna look like. I don't know. Anyways, what was I saying? Right, Thursday we'll probably back up more Potion Craft. If I can find or write another essay in time, I'll have one. But otherwise, we'll just see how it goes without one. I don't know. Feels like something's missing. And then on Friday we'll be back with more keyframes. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm enjoying. I'm so excited. Oh, I almost forgot. Okay, I saw this DLC information. Remember how we have the voice names, and you know sometimes we hear Cove say Ty. Yes, Ty is a voice name. If you weren't here from the beginning, Ty is my character's nickname, but I was able to use it because you can type in a different spelling for the name. So his name is Tyrone, but he goes by Ty most of the time anyway. Even I call him Ty more often than I call him Tyrone, but sometimes it's a little awkward to call him Tyrone for me because I call him Ty so often. That's how much he has a nickname. And so obviously the Now and Forever is also going to have voiced names. And I am very pleased with the list because I don't know if I mentioned it on here before, but I really, really, really needed Miles to have a voice name on there because it's Miles, and I was like, when I played that game, I was like, I need to play this game as Miles. This is yes, and so I'm very excited that Miles was one of the voice names. That was the only one I needed. Ryan is a voice name on there too. Kia is not a voice name. Kia has a name on here, that's why I mentioned it. Sabrina was a voice name on there. Leilani's not. Anyways, the important part is that Miles is, and so that's cool. So I can't wait to play Now and Forever as Miles, and maybe I can play it on stream. I mean, not maybe I can't, but maybe I will. But I do plan on playing Miles' route several times. I'm going to try different things. And by different things, I mean different relationship statuses at different points, like changing them at different points. Like, in Now and Forever, you can have a relationship dynamic change in one, during the moment, during the time, the step. And at least for the first one, For the first step, I know there's like 2 different spots. Well, yeah, okay, 2 different spots because it's different for each character, but it's like in the prologue, there's a spot for it if you have them act as neighbors instead of friends. And then in Wills, there's a spot for it depending on which one of them you hang out with. And if you have them still marked as neighbors, you can change it to friend there. But if you're already friends, you can develop a crush on them there. Oh, you can also develop a crush on them there if you're marked as neighbors too. But yeah, so we're gonna play around with that a little bit. And by we're, I mean me. When I play Miles around, I'm gonna see how different it changes the story. If it yeah. And then there's also just changing it based on the steps. Like, okay, you didn't have a crush as a kid, and then you do in the teen, or you didn't have a crush as a teen and a kid, but now you do as like a young adult, old teen, like that. Anyways, that's that. That's the Now Forever update. Yeah, and again, we'll be back for our life next Monday. Ha 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 ha. This probably puts me back on schedule that I went over so long. We'll see. So anyways, next week we'll do end of summer next week, and then maybe the in between, and then step 4 will just be the week after that, probably something like that. And then we'll see where we are by the end of the 10th, and we'll see if there's more information on when Now Forever comes out, or if I'll be doing something different on the 17th. We'll see. Anyways, yeah, thanks for stopping by. Do I remember my buttons? Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And yeah, this is fun. I'm enjoying both our life games. I enjoy visual novels. I'm excited for Friday. Keyframes is cool. Okay, I'm just chattering now. Okay, bye. Thanks again.